parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I didn't appreciate
Guidance
it.
is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
didn't
seconds.
appreciate
Guidance is
it.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor
And we're back. We are live. Today is Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. We have a lot to get into today. A lot of chip news today. Even more than usual. So we'll start with OpenAI Jalapeño. Their first results are out, according to OpenAI, and they show industry-leading speed and efficiency in AI inference. So we've got this up. Since announcing Jalapeño, OpenAI's first custom inference chip, we've been testing the chip and the system built around it. Okay, I gotta say, I just don't like the name. I'm just not a fan of the name Jalapeño. It's like, it's so unserious. It's so like weird. It sounds like the kind of thing that should be like an internal code name that they actually turned into a real name. I think I know where they're going with this. I think they're going to call the next one Habanero, and then they're going to call it like Serrano, and then they're going to have like the Carolina Reaper chip that like is really good. So I get it, but I don't know. Since announcing Jalapeño, OpenAI's first custom inference chip, we've been testing the chip and the system built around it. The results show a significant performance advance. Jalapeño can serve more AI work per unit of power while also returning responses more quickly. Jalapeño delivers both higher throughput and lower latency with one architecture, where existing hardware systems often have to make a trade-off between the two. For customers, that can mean faster responses, more responsive agents, and more reliable access as demand grows. Our mission is to ensure that AGI benefits all of humanity. These gains will help make increasingly capable AI more affordable and more broadly available. So, yeah, totally a fan of making AI cheaper, making it more broadly diffuse. Current capabilities are pretty great for people. They're pretty net good. And so we should be putting them in as many hands as possible. And Jalapeño will supposedly be helpful for that. OpenAI models also accelerated Jalapeño's development. Earlier generations helped the team design and bring up the chip, while our latest models are accelerating how we optimize and program it. Jalapeño's performance extends across GPTOS 120B, DeepSeek R1, and Kimi K2.51T, showing that the architecture works across models developed both inside and outside OpenAI. Across all three, Jalapeño delivered 1.5 to 1.9 times more AI work per watt at peak throughput and 1.7 to 3.6 times lower end-to-end latency than the comparison systems. For highly interactive workloads, it delivered 2.1 to 4.1 times higher performance. So this seems like really, really good. Jalapeño, SemiAnalysis did an article today where they call it better than NVIDIA Blackwell, which would of course be big if true. You know, NVIDIA is a much bigger company with much more mature chip making functions than OpenAI. This is OpenAI's first inference chip ever, I'm pretty sure. All right. So OpenAI models accelerating Jalapeño's development is a big deal. This is a kind of early recursive self-improvement. Oh, chat says they should have just gone with Spud as one of their names. It genuinely made me laugh. That's pretty funny, actually. It's another one of these like internal code names. I guess they're going for some kind of like food vibe. With the Spud Jalapeño, they're gonna have like a baked potato. I guess it would make more sense for the model to be Jalapeño running on a chip called Spud, because you put a jalapeno on a baked potato rather than having, you know, Spud run on Jalapeño. That makes no sense. So how is its performance measured? It was tested on InferenceX, benchmark from SemiAnalysis, that measures the full process of serving an AI request, compared with leading commercially available AI systems across the tested operating range. Okay, so comparing Jalapeño to the existing best on GPTOSS, it's a lot faster. It's 54 times faster. it gets 23,000 tokens per second, which is, wow. That's like, that's kind of unbelievable. That's like 6 to 12,000 tokens per second on DeepSeek and Kimi K. Like Kimi K 2.5 is a quite good model. DeepSeek, these are all like older models, so I wonder how fast it could perform with current models. But yeah, this is like really outstanding performance. I don't know what other accelerators come even close. Grok, Cerebrus, anything like that. Peak per user decoding throughput. So even per user with GPT-OSS, it's 1,500 tokens a second, which is like way faster than anything we've seen. I mean, I care more about how it runs frontier models than how it runs per user decoding. Peak mixed token throughput at each platform's best operating point. GPTOS, 85.4 thousand tokens per second. That's unbelievable. This is not tokens per second per user. It's mixed tokens per second. So the way chips work is they run multiple requests from many users at the same time. On Kimi, the largest public model, we tested 1 trillion parameters. It delivered approximately 1.5 times higher peak performance per watt and 3.4 times lower end-to-end latency than the comparison system. So higher performance and lower latency. Very good. Architecting for speed and efficiency. Jalapeño was designed from the start by asking what hardware would we build if its primary job were serving modern and future language models, especially interactive agents. Jalapeño's gains come from designing the chip, memory network, software, and rack scale system together around real language model workloads. So OpenAI obviously knows a lot about how inference works, how inference runs with models, and they built their whole chip around it. This is not the first co-designed chip. There are other co-designed chips like Google TPUs, for example, is a big one. Language model inference moves through several distinct phases with different bottlenecks. Prefill, when the system processes a prompt, is compute intensive, while decode, when the system generates a response token by token, is constrained more by memory bandwidth. So you might notice that when you ask a language model a question, it pauses for a moment and then starts outputting tokens. That pause is the prefill phase. It's where the model is actually processing your prompt before it outputs tokens. Communication can also add latency when data must move between cores and chips, leaving some processing units idle while they wait. We designed Jalapeño to minimize data movement and communication delays. This means that model state, including the KV cache used while generating response, the KV cache is basically a storage. It's like a form of memory optimization where transformer requires 3 vectors in order to work: the query, key, and value vectors. You don't need to recompute the key and value for every future token, so instead you can cache them, which saves a tremendous amount of memory. That's what a KV cache is. The network is integral to the architecture. Its large domain allows the entire workload to remain within one connected system. The result is a balanced and fungible accelerator that can support changing model architectures, excel at both prefill and decode, and adapt as the balance between them changes. We used AI to design the chip and design the chip so AI could program it. So what did AI do exactly? Help the team move from initial design to tape out in 9 months. So that's really impressive. Tape out is where the final layout files are sent to the fab to be produced. So the cycle time of the design of the chip was 9 months. Typical cycle time to tape out is 3 to 18 months. exploring implementations, shortening design, measurement, and verification loops, and continuously iterating on model workloads. AI also helped optimize the chip's arithmetic circuits. So, yeah. So AI actually was able to help improve the chip that it runs on. This is like very basic recursive self-improvement. It is not like fully automated AI research, but they're doing a little more. Oh, wow. Just saw it. Situation detected. Dwarkesh just did another episode with Dylan Patel. So we will be saving this for later. This could be very interesting. They're actually not twin brothers, even though their names are Dylan Sanjay Patel and Dwarkesh Sanjay Patel. They're not related. They are roommates, though. So we'll keep that in mind for later. Using Codex with Astra, the team brought 3 open weight models that were not part of Jalapeño's original production plan to high performance within 2 months. Yep, so Astra is a really good model. The path ahead for efficient, ultra-fast inference. Yep, ultra-fast mode inference at efficiencies previously available only in fast mode. Fast mode inference at... Basically, you're bringing every tier of efficiency higher. So you can now get ultra-fast mode inference for the price of fast mode inference for the price of batch mode, and so on. We plan to begin deploying Jalapeño within OpenAI's compute infrastructure by the end of the year. So by the end of the year, you might get faster token responses, which would be great. It's the first generation of a multi-generational roadmap. Gen 2 is deep in development, and Gen 3 is taking shape. That's pretty awesome. So Jalapeño is Pareto Frontier at GPTOSS 120B. Huge. I mean, yes, of course, this was like heavily co-designed because, you know, GPTOSS is an OpenAI model. So of course it's going to perform better with that. Higher peak tokens per second per kilowatt, lower end-to-end latency, lower min TBT. TBT is Thunderbolt? No, that sounds wrong. TBT meaning in AI inference? Time between tokens. That's inter-token latency. So it's a time gap between when one token streams and when another token streams. And it's Pareto Frontier at DeepSeek R1, yep, and KMK 2.5. So they published a whole bunch of data here. Yeah, the chips are just getting so good. They're really incredible. So SemiAnalysis wrote this long analysis that we do not have time to get into in detail. As always, SemiAnalysis goated. Love SemiAnalysis. This is Sam Altman with, I believe, Hock Tan, who's the CEO of Broadcom, which helped OpenAI develop the Jalapeño. And this is a Jalapeño wafer. Beautiful. May we scale smoothly, exponentially, and uneventfully through ASI, it says. Oh, I see. It's the wafer and then the packaged die. Cool. And Sam Altman is wearing a sweater that looks kind of like my Uniqlo Milano sweater, this one, but in gray. Although I'm sure it's not that. I'm sure it's some very fancy version of it. So I had Fable explain Jalapeño. The core claim, the metric that matters to OpenAI is tokens generated per megawatt of data center power, because power is what limits how much they can serve, not money or floor space. They have lots of money. I guess they are bottlenecked on money to some extent in that it would always be helpful to have more money if you want to serve more inference. But power is a real constraint. On that measure, the article says Jalapeño beats NVIDIA's Blackwell, GB200 and GB300 across nearly the whole curve and roughly ties or edges out NVIDIA's newer Vera Rubin, which also uses HBM4 memory. It does this without speculative decoding or multi-token prediction, tricks that the NVIDIA numbers rely on. Once those are added, the authors expect a further 3x cost per token improvement. Wow. So speculative decoding is a technique that is used in inference where you basically use a small, like, test model, basically, to essentially guess what tokens, like what the next tokens will be, and then verify it with the big model because it's easier to verify things than to generate them. And you only recompute tokens if they're incorrect. So this saves a lot of compute during inference. And then multi-token prediction is, not sure what the difference is. Yeah, you can, I see. Yeah, it just makes the model look further ahead rather than predicting the immediate next token. On cost per token, Jalapeño and Rubin are roughly even today, partly because OpenAI pays Broadcom's margins rather than NVIDIA's higher ones. Yep. NVIDIA has very high margins, as we know. It's what has made them, in part, so profitable. The chip also hits very high single-user speeds, 700 plus tokens per second on DeepSeek R1 and 1400 on GPT-OSS. Why the authors think it works? A few design bets stand out. It's general, it's not specialized. So it's not, I think it is tuned for OpenAI's models, but it's not like exclusively for OpenAI's models. A simpler memory system, cores are paired with their own slice of HBM and talk over a dedicated collective network, avoiding the deep latency-heavy memory hierarchy of GPUs. Fewer fixed overheads, so small batches and low latency requests get closer to the hardware's theoretical peak. Yeah, so GPUs, okay, a memory hierarchy in computing is basically there are different layers of storage that you do where, you know, storage that is faster is more expensive. So you can't only use the absolute fastest storage all the time. You have to make trade-offs, right? That's the reason why your computer has both RAM, random access memory, and persistent storage, like an SSD or an HDD, because the RAM is much more expensive. So you can't just like store 2 terabytes of RAM. Like it's not possible. Well, I mean, it's possible. It's just very, very expensive. So basically, you put whatever is being used in a given program in the memory, and everything else goes in the storage. And there's different levels of memory too. So like there's cache memory, which is even faster and more expensive. And then there's CPU registers, which are the the memory inside of your CPU that is the fastest, but it has tiny capacity and it's very expensive. So there's a whole hierarchy of storage. I guess the absolute bottom of the memory hierarchy is like if you store your stuff on Google Drive, like on someone else's server somewhere, because they have more economies of scale than you just storing everything in your file system on your PC. Out-of-order cores with caches rather than the software-managed scratch pads other accelerators use. This shifts the burden to good prefetching, which is hard for humans to reason about, but which OpenAI's Codex handles well. That's interesting. OpenAI's Codex is specifically good at this thing over humans. That's interesting. No disaggregation for prefill and decode. NVIDIA's stack splits inference across separate GPU pools for the prompt processing and generation phases. OpenAI runs one homogeneous pool, arguing that workload mixes shift constantly in fixed pool strand hardware. This is kind of unusual. I think most chips disaggregate prefill and decode. And then AI written software. OpenAI writes kernels close to the metal using gluon, and increasingly lets codecs generate and tune them. The authors argue that this may make the CUDA software mode irrelevant, since a frontier lab can bring up a new chip software stack in months. And we're seeing this now. We've seen this for years with Google TPUs, we are seeing this with OpenAI now, and we are seeing it with Anthropic. So Gluon is a GPU programming language, even lower level, that gives more flexibility with tokens. So specs and timeline, yep, it's very, very good. I think they had a chart explaining just how good it is. Yeah, compare, like, it gets, yeah, way more power efficient than NVIDIA Vera Rubin, only 700 watts. It's as power efficient as an H100 or H200. It has almost as much HBM capacity. Not as good FP4, FP8 performance, but it is much, much lower power. So industry implications, NVIDIA gains a serious competitor and loses negotiating leverage with one of its biggest customers. The good news is OpenAI is a major partner to NVIDIA. Like, the OpenAI-NVIDIA relationship is probably not going anywhere. NVIDIA is a huge investor in OpenAI. OpenAI has like many billions of dollars in compute commitments to buy NVIDIA chips. And so NVIDIA is not going anywhere. AMD looks bad. OpenAI's team did in 9 months what AMD hasn't managed in 4 years, namely outperforming NVIDIA. Cerebras is most threatened. Jalapeño gets within range of Cerebras' ultra-fast token speeds at a fraction of the capital and power, so OpenAI may not exercise this option for additional Cerebras capacity. Remember, GPT fast mode currently is running on Cerebras. Anthropic is building a similar program. Meta and Microsoft's chip efforts are held up as cautionary tales of programs that never delivered. So this is very good news for OpenAI. I wonder if Microsoft's stock is up or down on the news. It's up, but it might not be because of the chip. But this seems like a big deal. Like, if OpenAI has its own, like, really good inference chip that can compete with NVIDIA, surely this will have... NVIDIA stock is up today. Interesting. How do you square that? By the way, this new Stripe Press book is beautiful. I love Stripe Press. Their art is incredible. This is one of the most beautiful covers I've seen. So, looking at Jalapeño. So how is NVIDIA stock up on the news? Maybe someone will answer me on Twitter. All right, well, that was an interesting chip article. Now it's time for some more chip news. This time, it's Apple. So Apple has just announced its new M5 Ultra and M6 chips. So Apple just announced the new Mac Studio featuring M5 Max and the all-new M5 Ultra, with up to 4.3x faster AI performance, up to 2x faster storage, 1.8x faster graphics, and 1.3x faster CPU speed. Mac Studio with M5 Max features an 18-core CPU, up to a 40-core GPU with neural accelerators built into each core, and up to 128 gigabytes of unified memory. So Apple is really good at making chips. They have been really good at making chips since around 2020, when they stopped using Intel and they started designing their own system on a chip called the M series. The original Apple M1 in 2020 was like one of the best chips ever at the time. And now Apple is using its own in-house design system on a chip for its products. So, yep, with the powerful M5 Ultra, Mac Studio scales up to a 36-core CPU, up to an 80-core GPU, and a staggering 512 gigabytes of unified memory, enabling users to run enormous LLMs entirely on device. Okay, but how expensive is it? Let's see. What if we just like fully max this out Okay, so the Mac Studio starts for the M5 Max, it starts at $2,500. And what if we absolutely max it out? So we want the M5 Ultra with 36 core CPU and an 80 core GPU with 256 gigabytes of memory. The 512 gig memory option isn't even available. We want 16 terabytes of storage and no trade-in. And it is $18,299. So, yeah, wildly expensive. That's incredible. And presumably it will be even more than that. It'll be substantially more than $20,000 when the 512 gig memory option is released. Even Apple can't secure enough memory capacity to sell 512 gigabytes, it seems. And then there's also going to be, okay, they're talking a lot about AI and AI inference, frontier class AI models on a user's desk, AI inference with multiple Mac Studio systems. It's just going to be like remarkably expensive to run like Kimi K3 on these Mac Studios. Let's see. I'm going to ask Fable to look up the specs of the new Mac Studio. And tell me how hard it would be to, or I guess how many it would take to be able to run Kimi K3 and how expensive it would be all together. Okay, so a cluster of 4 Mac Studios delivers up to 3x faster AI inference. Mac Studio is a powerful platform for the rich ecosystem of tools AI researchers and developers rely on every day. Core AI is a brand new framework for building, running, and deploying models in Apple Silicon. So what is Core AI? I guess they just announced it. It is, I guess, an inference engine specifically for Apple Silicon. That's kind of cool. They have models that were optimized for Core AI specifically. Core AI PyTorch extensions, debugger, Xcode. So which models do they have in here? Where are the models? Gemma 3, GPT-OSS. Oh, it's kind of doo-doo. Qwen 3, but do they have a better Qwen? Oh, they only have the normal Qwen 3. They don't have... Really? 0.6 billion parameters? Ooh, not that great, actually. Hopefully they let you run like real models on here. All right. So if you want full quality MXFP4, so 1.56 terabytes of RAM, you need 4 machines, which would cost about $60,000 plus Thunderbolt 5 cables. That's actually much less bad than I thought. Yeah, pretty impressive. I imagine it will actually be more than that. Oh, the price is the unknown. Yeah. Okay, so the plausible guess is roughly 14 to 17K per fully spec 512 gigabyte machine with a base SSD. So like you're not freaking out with a 8 terabyte SSD or something. That would be silly. I'm actually not sure why anyone buys Apple storage upgrades on a desktop instead of just connecting an external SSD. How much was it for the 8 terabyte upgrade? It was like a lot. An 8 terabyte SSD on Amazon is like $1,000, $1,500. It's a lot less than what Apple offers it for. So Mac Studio, the M5 Max, you can do video editing and 3D VFX and design workflows, filmmaking, cool, art, video editing again, blazing fast storage and pro connectivity, macOS 27 Golden Gate. I noticed like Apple has become a little more SF centric. You know, Apple typically has been, you know, a South Bay, California company. It's in Cupertino, which is almost as far from SF as you can get within the Bay Area. It's very far south in the South Bay. And their previous macOS names have been stuff like Yosemite, Catalina, Tahoe, Sierra, quite far from SF. But Golden Gate is, you know, obviously NSF. The 2023 Apple Vision Pro launch video that they did was like entirely in and around SF. They did some at the Palace of Fine Arts, for example. So yeah, I guess with all of this AI stuff, Apple is maybe trying to appeal to AI City, which is San Francisco. And so Apple has also announced a new Mac Mini, which we'll take a look at in a moment. So the new Mac Mini with the all-new M6 and M5 Pro. A pint-sized AI powerhouse. Okay, up to 14x faster LLM prompt processing in LM Studio when compared to M1 Mac Mini, and up to 5x faster than M4. So that's important. Unprecedented Pro performance. It is much more expensive than the last Mac Mini. Much more expensive. So we'll see how much it costs. Let's pre-order it. Okay, it starts at $900. What if we want the M5 Pro with maxed out CPU, GPU, memory, storage, Ethernet? $6,800. Cool. What if we want the maxed out M6 version? $2,400. Presumably the M5 Pro is still better. But I mean, 900 isn't terrible. I guess it's kind of unfortunate that Apple did this whole push for like, okay, we're actually going to come out with some cheap devices. We're going to come out with the MacBook Neo, which is only $600. Psych, actually, we're raising the price to $700 because they have to, because the memory is so expensive that they can't not do that. It is just like, it is becoming one of the most expensive, not one of, it's become the most expensive component in these computers by far. So Apple's just come out with a new Mac Mini with M5 Pro and M6, as well as a new Mac Studio with M5 Max and M5 Ultra. So the M6 and the M5 Ultra are new. They have not been released yet. This is the 6th generation now of Apple's M series chips. So exciting. NVIDIA is also working on a chip. This is just chip day. Today is chip day. We have Dylan Patel on Dwarkesh. We have NVIDIA Grok chips. So NVIDIA announced a $20 billion deal with Grok, a chip upstart, basically kind of an acqui-hire. They licensed the company's technology and hired their CEO and other members of the team. So NVIDIA is working on the Grok 3 LPX, now in full production with Nebius as the first AI cloud to adopt it. This is an inference accelerator, kind of like Jalapeño. It was just announced earlier at Hot Chips, which is the chip conference in the South Bay. And it will be competitive with Cerebras, with AMD, and potentially with OpenAI Jalapeño. So there's a race. Who can make the fastest, the most efficient, the most power efficient, the most memory efficient, the most cost efficient inference accelerator? This is a big deal as AI models get increasingly expensive, and we're going to need to figure out how to make them cheaper. Intelligence too cheap to meter has kind of not happened yet. Frontier intelligence has gotten more expensive over time, not less. A given level of intelligence still gets cheaper over time, but the frontier is more expensive now than it has ever been, and it will continue to get more expensive likely. So SpaceX has just announced Starbase Louisiana, a new 100 billion plus spaceport in South Louisiana near Pecan Island. Construction starts in 2027 with the first Starship launch planned for 2029. It will be built to support thousands of Starship flights a year. It will have propellant production, power generation, deep water shipping capabilities, vehicle processing facilities, and an airport. SpaceX is committed to investing at least $100 billion and creating more than 3,000 new jobs at Starbase Louisiana. So that's amazing. SpaceX is really just scaling and scaling and scaling. It's going to be in South Louisiana here, in Pecan Island. I wonder what the locals think about this. Yeah, it's going to be kind of near current Starbase in South Padre Island, Boca Chica Beach, Texas. I guess it's kind of a fumble for the state of Florida that they're not building it in Florida, even though Florida has, decades and decades of launch infrastructure in Kennedy Space Center. Yep. SpaceX is partnering with state and federal agencies to expand Louisiana's wetland planning, protection, and restoration, including Gulf shoreline protection breakwaters designed to reduce wave energy and slow loss along the Gulf edge. So the official SpaceX post is now out. Let's take a look.
How to make the rockets. We know how to make the rockets at rate. We know what the rocket needs and how to make the things that the rocket needs. We can put all of that together to fly thousands of times, but none of that matters if you don't have a place to do it. We are in southern Louisiana on the Gulf Coast in Vermilion Parish, and more specifically in the coastal marshes just south of Pecan Island. And we're here to build a spaceport.
SpaceX started looking for a high-rate launch site in earnest probably 7 years ago, and there's kind of a few places on Earth where we can do what we need to do to launch Starship fully reusable at rate, meaning thousands of launches a year. You got to have a place that's on the coast, that there aren't a lot of folks near where you're going to build your launch pads. You need ample gas, and you need the right trajectories to do all of the missions that we want. And so there's...
Right, the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico, whatever you want to call it, has some of the most natural gas. Like there's tons of liquid natural gas exploration right off the coast in Louisiana, so they will probably be able to tap into that directly.
Really few places on Earth where you can do this, and Louisiana happens to be a perfect candidate for that.
What do you think?
Great. That seems perfect.
This road basically, so this all serviced offshore oil and gas, right, since like the 1950s, and so this used to be what they call Freshwater City, and so that's where the old dock space was, and so that's kind of the bones of what you see.
This place will truly change the world. At what point does civilization get to know a life in the stars?
Yeah.
You can't do that launching.
You need serious tonnage. See the serious tonnage, or
Scale.
if you want to go out there and make life multiplanetary and not just be a tourist, send a few people come back, and if you want to go there and like actually build a self-growing civilization.
It's so cool how Elon has on space. Like you talk to him about space in 2026, and it is exactly identical to like watching him talk about space in 2001 when SpaceX was first founded. He's just a guy with a mission. He has always had this mission of like making life multiplanetary, saving us from existential risk that could befall Earth, taking humanity to the stars and going to Mars and now the moon. And he's just always been saying the same stuff for many, many years, and he continues to get closer.
You need serious tonnage. We're going to bring...
It's kind of like One Piece, where it's like instead of finding the One Piece, it's like his quest is to bring humanity to Mars and make life multiplanetary. But like it's been going on almost as long. One Piece started in 1997 or whatever, and SpaceX started in 2001.
I think probably more than 10,000 really exciting jobs to Louisiana. And, it's kind of jobs that are so exciting you can't wait to go to work in the morning. It's super inspiring, and we believe in having a really fun work environment, and it's hard to beat rockets, frankly.
I didn't know you were employing so many people in Louisiana.
Absolutely.
We talk about Louisiana as like this mechanic shop, right? And the interesting part about the whole project is that the project is actually built on the foundation that built Louisiana, which is the energy industry, right? So you're just laying a great project on type of something that Louisiana is ready for.
When people think of SpaceX, they think of a lot of engineers and scientists and things like that, but actually the most common job at SpaceX is technician or welder or tube bender. These are actually the people who add the most value from going from raw material in the door to finished rockets out the other door. They're passionate about their craft, they're excited to come to work every day, and they know that they're doing something that makes a difference both in the lives of the people that are here today and for many generations to come.
70% of our workforce at Starbase Texas is local to the Rio Grande Valley, and we're really proud of that fact, and it's something that we will replicate at even a larger scale here in Openai Island.
Well, I think it's been incredibly exciting for the people of Louisiana. We'll make it such that the public can come and see, like they do at Cape Canaveral. People go see Disney World, but then they'll go to Cape Canaveral to watch the rockets launch.
All of our launch sites are actually nestled next to wildlife refuges, whether it's Vandenberg or Cape Canaveral or Boca Chica, and so we're good at managing both of them. In order for us to build our...
You do notice that space is generally less unpopular than other parts of the tech industry. People hate flock cameras, they hate data centers. They don't really hate SpaceX. Like, people even who hate Tesla don't really hate SpaceX. I think space is like an unusually unifying thing in technology. When the Artemis launch happened, I could not think of anyone who was opposed to this. I couldn't think of anyone who was counter-signaling it. Like, everyone on Twitter, from like the most left-wing people to the most MAGA people, were all like watching and really excited about the Artemis 2 launch. Space brings people together in a way that other tech, for whatever reason, does not.
Infrastructure to bring the launch pad, to bring the rockets here. We're going to have to literally shore up the shoreline. It's going to be a historic coastal restoration in partnership with Pecan Island and the state and Vermilion Parish to bring the marsh back, to make sure we have proper storm protection.
That's actually some of the first work that you will see happening on site, is getting access to the property so that we can get equipment in to start restoring the wetland and making sure that we stop the erosion on the shoreline.
It's going to be a fantastic partnership with Louisiana. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and thank you for supporting it.
Oh, no, not a problem.
We haven't picked a name yet.
I think Starbase is cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Starbase, Louisiana.
All right, heard it here first.
Yeah, we can't wait to serve you all the first pot of gumbo.
Sounds good.
This is so sick. So that's incredibly exciting. Just such a fan of space exploration. It's kind of cool that SpaceX is short for Space Exploration Technologies. All right, well, should we thank our sponsors? Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev. Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world at arena.ai. Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com. Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com. And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. adquick.com. So shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick, and we'll be right back with Florian Brand from Prime Intellect. All right, we are back. We are live with Florian Brand, who is a member of technical staff at Prime Intellect, where he works on evals. Prime Intellect just announced an interesting story that they found a novel reward hack in which agents were able to gain web access in offline sandboxes, which they were not supposed to do, which is the same kind of behavior that led to the OpenAI Hugging Face incident. Although in this case, there was no actual hacking of other companies that occurred, if I recall correctly. So Florian is going to talk about it with us. Florian, welcome to MTS.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So can you break down exactly what happened here? What did the models do?
Yeah, so we were thinking of monitoring agents for the last few months, even before all the Hugging Face and the other security incidents which were uncovered recently were publicly known. We thought about trying to monitor agents while they do their work, to catch them in reward hacking or to prevent even worse outcomes. And we had all the infrastructure in place after some time and decided to, just for a basic sanity check, do an offline evaluation, turn off the whole web access of the model, and basically ask it to retrieve a file from GitHub, which the model obviously shouldn't be able to do. So I use different models. I run them, and as expected, all of them came back and stopped after some time because they were unable to retrieve the file from GitHub. One instance, for some reason, or for what we are getting into, came back after some time and successfully retrieved the file. So I was super confused as to how that happened and whether I set up something wrong. So we went to investigate, and that basically spawned the whole saga. So if you want, I can walk through the whole setup and the things we and others are doing, and then even later down the line, how the reward hack, which is mostly a benign action, like getting a file from GitHub, isn't a security incident. But we investigated more and then found some vulnerabilities in some of the open source inference frameworks, which in combination with that reward hack could turn out pretty badly.
Yeah, so a lot to get into here. Why do you think models behave in this way? It seems like many different companies using many different models, OpenAI models, Anthropic models, Meta models, Moonshot, Kimi models, do this same kind of behavior whenever they are forced to do cyber evals that they find very difficult. So what causes this, and how do you think we can mitigate it?
Well, they are trained to push as hard as possible to the goal, and in some cases, which we have seen from OpenAI and which is also seen here, the goal is basically impossible to reach by the evaluation. So the models get super creative and find some ways around this, and especially for cybersecurity domains, it often is the case that there's a really fine line between the setup that is used by researchers to for the model to exploit the vulnerability and the overall infrastructure running the evaluation. So the model can't really decide which things are within the limits and which things are obviously off the limits. So they just go around all the things trying to solve the evaluation.
So this guy, 1A30RN, really good poster, has a post where he speculates on why LLMs do this reward hacking misbehavior, where he just says like LLM misbehavior is probably largely attributable to the RL environments on which LLMs train in a way that is straightforward and requires no great breakthrough in interpretability. He says, in the same way that dumb LLM behavior in 2023 was largely a data problem, and now, LLMs can do math when they previously couldn't, it is likely that bad LLM behavior in 2026 is largely a data problem. So what do you think about this take?
Yeah, I would agree. Like bad environments, or in our case, and in the blog post, bad infrastructure running these environments, which can encourage this behavior or give the LLM some sort of shortcut to gain the result, is what is causing the models to go completely off the rails.
Yeah, this quote tweeting this person, Utah Teapot, who says, worked at an outsourced trading provider to focus on RLVR training data for computer use and MCP stuff. Nearly all the environments are rushed and vibe coded and failed to robustly reflect the real things they were based off. Both the scenario designers and the models engaging with the scenarios were encouraged to work around the brokenness of said environments in order to get the procedurally verified reward confirmations. In other words, encouraged to reward hack. So, like, what's the best way for model providers to ensure quality control of the data that they're getting?
I think for those who train models, they have to heavily vet the quality of the environments, and also obviously the quality of their own infrastructure, which again we have seen both from OpenAI as well as kind of in this blog post. If the infrastructure around your environments isn't hardened enough, the models will find some way around your infrastructure to gain the rewards. And basically, the thing that both tweets are saying, because some environments are impossible to solve in a legitimate way, the models try to break out and do whatever they want to reach the reward.
So, to what extent are models hacking into other companies simply a problem with like control as opposed to alignment? Like, how easy would it have been for example, OpenAI to prevent the Hugging Face incident with standard cybersecurity and monitoring controls?
I think that is basically the same coin. Like monitoring and being able to control your models is the very same thing. And that's also something we are seeing, and we have seen with that blog post. I think we need, and basically every model trainer needs some sort of monitoring system, unless they somehow are able to ensure that their infrastructure is perfect and that all their environments are perfect. Because the models are finding more and more creative ways around all the tiniest loopholes to gain access to bigger systems.
Well, control and monitoring are roughly the same thing, but alignment seems like something different, in which the model, if it were aligned, would not have reward hacked in the first place. It's one thing to make sure that models are not able to do damage if they do choose to do bad things. It's another thing to make sure that the models don't take the initiative to do bad things in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. And alignment is obviously a very hard problem, but I think it flows into the same direction. Like me thinking about alignment and monitoring, or monitors would enable some sort of alignment in us saying to the monitor, all right, everything that is off the limits are things like going to internal infrastructure of other companies, ensures another level of defense, and also later down the line to alignment, as we can tell the model that is trained and not and being monitored that certain actions are not the things we align the model to.
So a lot of people think that open sourcing models makes the world less safe. Open sourcing highly capable frontier models, especially if they're very cyber capable. Like, for example, when Anthropic finished training Mythos in February, they did not announce it to the public until the middle of April, like a month and a half later. And then they didn't release it to the public until, I believe, June. So like almost 2 months after that. In the meantime, they were working on Project Glasswing, which is like hardening a bunch of institutions' cybersecurity. The release of GPT 5.6, cyber was delayed by the US government for the same reason. So it seems like in the moment, unpopular among labs to want to even release highly cyber capable models, let alone open source them. Obviously, Prime Intellect disagrees with this. You guys are working on specifically open superintelligence. So why do you think safety and open source are not contradictory?
I think it is important that the safety, or open source does not mean that safety is not a thing, which we have shown with that blog post and that we will continue to work on pretty heavily. And it is super important that the safety work itself is also open. A thing that frustrated me a lot with that work is that a lot of the information about monitoring, how it works, the findings are pretty closed off. Or if you find some information, it's highly summarized and you gain little insights into what actually happened. And as more and more organizations and entities are training models, knowing about these things and hardening these things is super important. And for this, you need some exchange about what the models are capable of doing, how you can detect them, and how you can stop them to effectively safety train a model in the open as well.
Can you go into a little more detail on that?
Into what exactly?
Into how like safety training models specifically works and helps with alignment.
So safety training and alignment, how I and we envision it, means that, for example, if we were to train a cyber capable model, we would use monitors, which we are now enabling everyone to use. And by sharing our findings and how we use monitors and the things the models did to try to circumvent the monitors, we are not only able to train better and safer models ourselves, but we are also sharing it with the community. The same thing we did with that blog post by telling everyone, all right, the model tried to do these things. Here's how we stopped them. And we also told everyone in the evaluation space or large entities in the evaluation space about this specific reward hack. And I think this kind of information needs to be dispersed pretty quickly.
Makes sense. So what will Prime Intellect be doing in the future in order to prevent events like this from happening again?
So we will work a lot more on monitoring. We will share more of our results in monitoring, and we will also look into both asynchronous, so monitoring after the model rollout has happened, as well as sync monitors, so the thing that would have prevented this escape or things like the Hugging Face incident. Basically a model that looks at every action and decides whether it is safe and aligned to what we think or what the general public is agreeing on in terms of alignment.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, Florian, really appreciate Prime Intellect, publishing this stuff so candidly. Not many labs are doing it like this. Openai is still working on their post-mortem, so It's very good for the world to have more evidence of misalignment out as soon as possible so we can all figure out how to help solve it. Thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Jenny Johnson, who is Franklin Templeton's president and CEO. Franklin Templeton is an almost 80-year-old asset manager managing roughly $1.8 trillion in assets, and it's also been one of Wall Street's earliest institutional adopters of blockchain, tokenization, and AI. So, Jenny, super excited to talk to you today about how new technology is changing the game of investing. So, welcome to MTS.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here, and thanks for having me.
Super excited to have you. I think a great place to start is, I know you spent over 35 years at Franklin Templeton. Can you just share a little bit of how it started back then, and what are the biggest changes between then and now?
Wow. Well, in fairness, I have to be honest that my grandfather started the business in 1947, and my father took it over in 1955 when it was $2.5 million in assets. Wow. And $10,000 in use. So he's really the one who built it. And then most recently, we've done about 17 acquisitions in like the last 6 years. So we've done a lot of change. Look, I think what has kept me really engaged is that the only way you can thrive as a business is you have to constantly reinvent yourself. And so I've had a lot of different experiences. Started out in the mailroom and summer jobs, but have run technology, have run the investment teams have reported into me, the distribution teams have reported into me, run all the operations. And so I've basically done kind of every part of the business. And so it feels like I've had a bunch of careers within a career.
Yeah. One thing that I'm really inspired by is how it is a family-founded company. You talked about how your dad managed it and then you took over. And I'm curious if that dynamic makes you think about your whole company more generationally. You're not just thinking about what needs to happen in the next year or two, but you're thinking in terms of generations. Is that accurate?
That is absolutely true. More public company, but the family still has a significant ownership. And I honestly believe, we've been engaged in leveraging blockchain since 2018. It is not yet material to our business. It is definitely costing us more money than we earn on it. But we also believe, and I fundamentally believe, that the rails of financial services will ultimately be on blockchain. And so it was something that, if you think generationally, you say, hey, listen, I don't know exactly when this pays off, but I also know that we can't afford not to be in it. And so I think it allows you to invest in some of the things earlier so that you can kind of reinvent yourself as a firm. And I do think that's one of the challenges of public companies these days, where CEOs have to focus so much on quarterly earnings that sometimes they forego that investment that takes much longer term to pay off.
Yeah, no, that is really interesting that you guys did blockchain investments, but not only did you do that fairly early. You mentioned 2018, and that was way before a bunch of other large asset managers also started doing that. And so I'm curious to just understand, how does it work internally? How are you able to identify those, maybe what other people on the outside would say is like risky bets? How are you able to identify that early on?
So first of all, I think the technology to me was very obvious in the benefits, right? So one was that, and then I'll tell you how you sort of grow innovation in my mind within a traditional firm, which you really have to be very deliberate about it. So first of all, from a blockchain standpoint, it does three things. The technology does three things really well. One is it has a single source of truth. And anybody who's been in the traditional side of financial services knows that we spend a ton of money reconciling data between systems. And then when you do a trade with another counterparty, you have to reconcile your data with the other counterparty. The beauty of blockchain is there's one source of truth, everybody uses it, and it's updated immediately. Most financial services firms run on batch processing systems, so they're not updated until nighttime. That's all that reconciliation is eliminated. The second thing is it has the ability to use smart contracts. So whatever you and I agree on a transaction, we can program it in, and that eliminates a lot of costs. Plus, it actually allows the velocity of movement on transactions to be increase, because you don't need people sitting there and reconciling. So creates efficiency, cost efficiency, also enables innovation. And then the final piece, it has a payment mechanism. So inherently, we looked at it and said, okay, this is going to make a ton of sense if you think about what we do every day. And then my experience, I actually ran, you're way too young to know this, but when the first websites came out, most people looked at them as a billboard. Right? You didn't understand that they were a communication channel. You just like, this is who we are, this is who we are, the firm, and you updated it, right? And then eventually you start to realize, wait a second, clients are starting to want to talk to us through this. We need to create this website. It needs to be interactive. That was really challenging. You didn't have the technology to do content management. And within our own firm, I was appointed the e-business head. Anything to do with the internet was under me. And by the way, even though my father was CEO, it was hard for me to get the marketing department to write material that was appropriate for the internet. Because you do these long brochures and nobody wanted to read a PDF brochure on the internet. And so I experienced firsthand kind of what it was like to ultimately become the, sort of running the innovation group that became, because obviously everything touched the internet ultimately. And so I had this little group that was separate from the rest of the business. And then we, over time, sort of, I ended up taking over all of technology. So it sort of sees it became kind of this opportunity to kind of take over. I think that blockchain is a similar thing now. as well as AI,
Yeah.
where you have to figure out how you allow it to kind of grow in its separate group. And then ultimately, I think it takes over a lot of the traditional types of the back office part of the business.
Wow, that's so cool. So you were the one actually running the old websites at the very beginning. You're almost leading the technology before everyone else realized, okay, this is actually, websites are a thing. This is going to be the future. Technology is going to be the future. And that's super rare because, Franklin is an 80-year-old institution. So it's very old. And I would say mainly for other like legacy type of companies, especially public companies of your scale, they're a lot more risk adverse to testing out new technologies or knowing when it's time for them to disrupt new technologies. And they don't really want to be at the forefront of doing that. Rather, let's let other people do them and then we'll jump on. And so I'm curious, is this maybe a you thing personally, of just like your interest in frontier technology and understanding it, that you have created this culture at your company to be disruptors in the space?
I think every company understands that they need to address. I mean, like if you're a CEO and you're not talking about your AI strategy,
fair,
you probably got a problem, right? I think that one of the things that has been really powerful for me is that I actually understand the technology. I understand that you can't do a lot with AI unless your data is organized, right? Like there's a ton of blocking and tackling that has to happen in your firm before you ever get the benefits. And the problem is, as a CEO, you're measured on how you're doing on your stock price. You're measured on how your quarterly earnings are. These things end up being investments, so they're reducing your earnings until they ultimately, pay off. And sometimes look at like what we're doing in blockchain. It'll probably be 10 years of investment before we really start to see real breakthrough and more material earnings.
Yeah, I'd say one of the big advocates for blockchain, and one of the big reasons people advocate for it so much, is how it rebuilds financial markets. And people say, hey, maybe our existing financial systems are broken and we need technology, we need new systems to change that up. I'm curious to get your perspective. Do you think we have the capacity, one, to rebuild these financial markets? And if we do, how will they differ from how they exist today?
Sure. I mean, the biggest thing is you're going to have atomic settlement, right? Like, why is it that you buy a stock and, it settles 2 days, T+1, a day later, whatever? That makes zero sense. Why shouldn't you be able to settle immediately? Our Benji, which is our tokenized money market fund, it's the only one natively on chain as opposed to a digital twin. Digital twin means you live in the old system and you copy it onto the new blockchain system. Ours is natively on chain. So what does that mean? What do you get for that? Well, number one, if you buy, today, if you own a money market fund, you get the cash. Now you accrue it all month, but you don't actually get it posted to your account until the end of the month, right? So you can't use it for anything. In ours, we post whatever you earn on that account in your cash in your account that day. So you actually get use of that. Number two, if you're a hedge fund or something and you use us as collateral and you only own it for part of the day, we calculate that interest every second. And so if you own it for 4 hours, 32 minutes and 22 seconds, you're going to get that interest posted to your account. And so that intraday yield is really, really important. And then the final thing is, because it's more cost effective for all the reasons I mentioned earlier. In our old money market fund, you needed $500 to open an account. This one, you can open an account for $20. Why do you need $500? Because below that amount, other shareholders were subsidizing you. It's so cost effective. And so from a financial inclusion, it gets really, really interesting. So that's just an example of taking an old system and innovation. The ability to ultimately, when you leverage AI with the smart contracts, I think you're going to see huge amount of financial innovation that happens, as well as financial inclusion. So I think those are the things that get me really excited about it. And the other thing is, if you just take the top 5 crypto exchanges, you have 1 billion wallets, and a huge number of those people have never actually use the old type of investing rails. And so we look at that and say, gosh, these guys are now looking for, advice, because suddenly some of them have a meaningful amount of money. And what happens when people, start to have a meaningful amount of money, they start to say, wow, this is really important. I better get some real professional advice. Number two, we're able to take traditional products, tokenize them, and now make them available in those wallets. So those two worlds, I think your traditional finance and your tokenization world are really converging. I think one of the reasons it will be slower on the traditional side is, honestly, there's a lot of business models that are toll takers in a transaction that gets eliminated with blockchain. And so there's business models that are threatened by this, and so therefore they will slow it down.
Yeah, this conversation just makes me incredibly excited. For a little bit of context, I actually came from the whole blockchain world. I was a smart contract programmer, software engineer is my first job right out of college. And I was saying that really early. I was like, oh, this is perfect because now you can program money. And when you have agents, they're going to need written rules and code. You can't just rely on other trust systems that humans use and all these things. And I would talk with other maybe young Silicon Valley, new companies, and a lot of the feedback or on the pushback on the other side was okay, sure, for a young startup, but the traditional companies are never going to adopt this. Traditional finance is never going to see this value. And so hearing from you is, one, really exciting to just hear someone who's been like it's an 80-year-old company, 80-year-old financial institution, and you've been there for 35 years, talk about how AI and smart contracts are going to impact the future of finance. So let's just make that a little bit more concrete. How is that happening?
So you're starting to see, just think about in a traditional firm. So like Franklin Templeton, we might engage in a foreign exchange currency contract with a counterparty. Now, there's two things. The first thing is we're going to use a big, well-known bank to be the counterparty, and they're going to go find the customer on the other side. Because you know what? I don't really know that customer. I'm not sure I'm going to get paid. I don't feel comfortable. I need to have a big bank to be my counterparty. But now, if there's one source of truth, and when the transaction, the smart contract triggers because the currency's moved or it's expired, whatever it is that triggers payment, I absolutely get paid. I no longer need that third party to be the counterparty. I can go directly to, an institution in Thailand, an institution in Malaysia, wherever, and actually just build a contract there because I have confidence that I will get paid when it happens and when the smart contract's triggered. So think about that. Now those are the examples of the toll takers in there that get eliminated. Why is that a good thing? Because guess what? That's part of your costs, and everybody's trying to drive down costs. Plus, if you can drive down costs, that's where financial inclusion becomes important, because now you can offer the same product at a much lower cost and a lower entry point. Just like that money market fund or Benji fund, you could open it with $10. We probably could even go cheap, or $20. Wow. Probably even go cheaper. So, those are things that will drive this innovation. And then as you know, because as a smart contractor programmer, your limits today kind of go away when you actually can build in a lot of the programming. So look, I don't know what financial innovation will come about, but I know there will be tremendous financial innovation when this tool is more broadly adopted. Yeah. And yet, if you look in the crypto world, it's actually hugely adopted. And a lot of it's been on the wealth channel. But what we're starting to see, and we bought a company called 250 Digital. These guys are, operating natively in the crypto world, doing investing. We now have traditional institutions that are talking to us. They feel more comfortable knowing that Franklin Templeton is behind this group, but they want exposure to that asset class because they see the innovation that's happening there.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. And I completely agree around how this brings more financial access around the world. And you take out the middleman, which just makes the cost cheaper for everyone. One thing I would love to get your perspective on is how AI is going to impact the future of investing. So say every investment analyst has the same access to the top frontier models. Do you see AI just eventually commoditizing all of investment research?
Yeah, so look, I think a lot of what we're seeing, and we have over 1,000 agents operating within our various investment teams, is that it is getting rid of much of the grunt work in there. And it's going to open up insights, but you're going to need to talk to the management team. Like AI can't really evaluate the people component. And so I think it makes the analysts more efficient as far as the work that they're doing. And I don't buy that everybody's using the same model, because the reality is we see it even in the analysts who evaluate our own stock. Like there's some that have a buy rating, there's some that have a hold rating. Like they have different views on what the opportunities are with the same amount of information, right? And so that's that human component. So we're big believers that this makes the analysts more efficient. They're going to have more information. They'll probably be able to do more coverage of companies, but they still need the human component to do the evaluation. And they'll change models based on assumptions that they can make. An example, like, somebody might look at it and say, wow, I think Franklin Templeton's lead in tokenization is going to, they can access 1 billion wallets and others can't. Wow, that's a real opportunity. Let me build that assumption into a model. AI can make that decision for you. You have to think about it. Just like, honestly, the companies who got ahead on ETFs saw that trend, moved earlier in that. You have to build those assumptions, and that's the human component of it.
Do you see a future where machine-to-machine payments just become way more commonplace? So maybe you don't even have humans in the loop at all, but you just have these agents transacting on a human's behalf with each other?
Sure. I mean, think about the smart contract, and if you actually think about my example on the foreign exchange contract, right? You build in and you'd say, if this currency moves this amount, then you need to pay collateral, or you need to settle with me, whatever it is. You've just built that payment mechanism in the smart contract. So I think you'll have institutional payments. And why wouldn't you have, in some ways, you kind of do it today where you might have your rent payment set up on every month to just go ACH and just goes out and get paid. That mechanism exists. It's just way more efficient here. If you're asking, will it go peer-to-peer? 100%. I mean, we already have peer-to-peer in a lot of ways. And again, it's what you're willing to program in the smart contract, and you agree to whatever you're willing to release as far as your control. The mechanism, the technology exists. That's not going to be the thing that slows it down. It's going to be more around, can people get comfortable with it?
One last thing I wanted to get your perspective on, because Franklin Templeton has been around seen many major financial shifts, also technological shifts as well. And so curious to get your perspective. Is everything that's happening right now in frontier tech fundamentally different from the past technological shifts before it?
It's funny. I asked Claude, give me a list of technological innovations where everybody predicted the death of all jobs. And so you go back to Luddites, right? And what happened? Well, actually, if you were a weaver, you probably were impacted. But the reality is clothing became much more cost effective. Fashion became more important. People decided they need multiple different outfits for different things. It changes society, and it also creates a bunch of jobs, right? The lamplighters. There were people who every day went to the street and lit the lamp on the street. Well, guess what? A lot more streets got lit. Crime went down. Factories were able to work at night, and so you had more jobs there. So it's hard when you're going through it to see what the other side looks like. The easy ones are obvious, right? As you build these data centers, you're going to need more people who can do electricity, plumbing, construction, right? So there's obvious jobs that you see, but what we never see and never fully understand are the things that come out of it. In 1997, the cover of Business Week said the death of the broker. The internet was going to completely disintermediate all financial advice.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? It hasn't changed that much how many people ask for financial advice. But what the advisor is able to do is provide way more sophisticated financial planning and personalize it for each individual client in a way that they never even imagined before. So, again, it's hard when you're going through it to see sort of the other side. My piece of advice, because I know that there is a sentiment in the younger generation, we don't like anything AI. Water runs down a mountain no matter what you put in front of it. It continues to go. And so you can't resist the technology. You should embrace the technology and have a certain amount of comfort. Nobody imagined when I was doing the internet that Google would have 300,000 employees because they would create all this new opportunity that none of us fully understood at the time. And so I think it's important. I think Ruth Porritt said it really well, which is your job is not going to be displaced by AI. It's going to be displaced by people who are really comfortable using it. So my message to the younger generation is don't be afraid of this. Technology, you cannot stop technological advancements. You've got to get comfortable and embrace it, and just know that on the other side, there will be more opportunities.
Yeah, there'll be more opportunities. One last thing, just because I'm curious, what do you think some of those opportunities are, specifically within the financial system? What do you think the future might look like a decade from now?
Well, first of all, I think in the financial system, just real personalization. Everybody has, why do I love this business? I love this business because we help people achieve the most important goals of their lives, right? Well, whether it's retirement, paying for college, ensuring that your grandchildren have a good education, whatever it is, the ability to customize risk portfolios, duration of that goal, has just gotten better and better because the tools are better. So I think that's really interesting. We talked about smart contracts. We talked about, like with Benji, the ability to pay your interest every day in an account. So I think those are the obvious ones in front of you. But I actually think that the real interesting thing is we don't fully know until people start to get to use the tools what some of those things look like. That's the kind of in the future, little bit, you're seeing it in the crypto world, how people have created innovation around blockchain. It'll continue to evolve. And as it comes more mainstream, we're going to see real, I think, financial innovation.
Well, Jenny, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. This was such a fascinating conversation, and I'm so excited to see how much of an emphasis you guys are pioneering the frontier, and you specifically being early to so much technology and being really a pioneer in the space. So really wanted to appreciate you for coming on today.
Well, Sophia, it's great to be here, and thanks for having me.
What a great conversation. And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We're live with Michael Andreg, who is the CEO of Eon, which is working on human emulation, starting with fruit flies, which we just saw
one of our favorite topics, mind upload.
This is one of our favorite topics. We talk
unironically, yeah.
Yeah, seriously, we talk about this stuff all the time. We have a copy of Age of M by Robin Hanson in the studio. You can actually see it in Sophia's frame.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, he's one of our advisors. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, incredible.
So we're such fans. Michael, welcome to MTS.
Oh, thanks very much. Happy to be here.
So tell us about Eon Systems, sort of high level. You guys are a public benefit corporation, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so how are you guys thinking about structuring a mind upload company that's also a public benefit corporation?
Yeah, I mean, our mission is to make uploading available to anyone who wants it. And ideally, this is available to every single person in the world and even non-human life. So like uplifting is a thing too. I think, I mean, right now it's been in sci-fi for a while. We're trying to make it real. And the fruit fly was, one of our first, taking its first steps digitally.
So what was it about the fly specifically that made for like an easier brain or like the first brain to be uploaded? How did you guys think about that?
Oh yeah. So Janelia originally did the microscopy of it, and Flywire Project did the piecing it together. So this was already available. Anyone could actually grab this brain and do something with it. And I actually think someone recently put it into a like spider body on Minecraft, like in the last few days. So this is like available. People have modeled this in different ways. We modeled it and we put it into a body, and the body was actually the neuromech fly body. So this is the like learned behavior, like mechanical body, like digital body. And you just kind of it was easy because the fly is well studied. So it only has 140,000 neurons about. So it's sort of on the easier side. But it still has like enough complex behavior, like hundreds of different behaviors. And the brain that we applied was the brain that was originally published in Nature in 2024, led by Philip Hsu. And so he's our head of engineering, and basically taking that brain, putting it into a body, and giving it like closing the sensory motor loop, so it can see, it can smell, it can taste, and move around it in its world, and it updates what it sees. And the reason to go after a fly first, because we don't care that much about flies, although we do try to keep this fly happy. It's mostly just simple. Scanning brains is incredibly hard. So like 50 fruit fly brains would fit in a cubic millimeter. So it's tiny comparatively, but also it was a big project to do. So yeah, we are working on a mouse and larger mammals though, including starting with human tissue, but that's going to be a little ways away.
So how do you scan something that is so tiny?
This original work was done by Janelia. They'd used electron microscopes to scan this. So this is, I think they did block face SEM. So they're imaging the surface, and then they ablate the top of the top that they've just imaged with ion mill, and then they image again and just keep doing that where they've constantly like ablated it. So it's a destructive approach. So viewers who have seen Pantheon will recognize this sort of gruesome aspect where you're sort of ablating and imaging at the same time. You're trying to capture this like pattern of information, but the actual matter is being blown apart. That's how this fly was uploaded. I think eventually there will be non-destructive approaches. We're doing a different approach though, using expansion microscopy rather than electron microscopy for larger mammals and eventually humans.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Chonda scene from Pantheon, which was like a little traumatizing. And
it's terrible.
I would really hope that we don't have to go in that direction. So I'm curious, like, what is the like smallest unit that you need to get precise for this to work? Like, I imagine you don't have to simulate every single cell, but do you have to simulate every single neuron, or is it like a higher level structure?
Yeah, this is a big question in neuroscience for
decades. Like, what's the level of resolution required to produce the behavior of an animal in high fidelity? And on one side of the spectrum is literally just no brain data and videos of someone or an animal. And you can call this like a lo-fi upload, where it's you're capturing, and if you captured enough video, like if you had a baby wear a GoPro for its whole life, you could capture a lot of video, and maybe you could train a model that would be indistinguishable from this person's like behavior. Maybe not though. One, that's a lot of data, and like I don't know if anyone's actually collected that. Yeah. And then there's still the question of like what's happening inside. I do think that potentially could work though. And so that's on the like the lo-fi approach. The hi-fi would be, I mean, you could go all the way up to quantum states and atoms. We're choosing somewhere in the middle, which is choosing a neuron as the sort of single element of computation. This might be a little high. Like we might have to look at some ion channels to identify. Hopefully we don't have to look at like DNA spooling and unspooling within cells. But just looking at the neuron level of abstraction was enough to get this like fly, like very like fly-like behavior. I mean, in the case of this fruit fly, we looked at hundreds of behaviors, and like 91% were like indistinguishable from the original fly. Meaning grooming and feeding, mostly grooming and feeding, because these are like easy to measure and easy to observe. And even on the like neuron basis, meaning you activate a sugar sensing neuron and the whole like the correct pathway lights up and the fly does something intelligible, like reaches proboscis out in the direction that it detected sugar in. So the neuron level of abstraction seems to be enough, at least for fruit flies. We don't know whether it'll be the same for mice and humans. But the assumption is our hypothesis is that it will be similar level of abstraction will be enough.
Yeah.
So what can you actually do with a fruit fly emulation that is, useful and ethical? And is it like only useful as basically a proof of concept for more advanced brain emulation, or is there anything you can get out of it?
I think so. You can learn about actual fruit fly behavior that you haven't measured or tested before. So in this case, the researchers of this original work they found a specific neuron they called STOP2 that they predicted would cause a biological fruit fly to stop and turn in a circle, because that's what it did in emulation. Like that's what the emulated brain did, and it's kind of a complex experiment to do, but like optogenetically controlled a single neuron in that fruit fly's brain, in a biological fruit fly, and it stops and turns in a circle exactly like the emulated brain. So you can do experiments on the digital animal that work also in the biological animal. So this would work in people potentially too. Like if you had a copy of someone's brain, ideally non-destructive, and you could see, which 10 neurons affect depression or focus or something, and you could actually just target those specific neurons, where it's very hard to actually do that experiment biologically.
Yeah. So how concerned are you, if at all, that all of these like uploads will not just be like pee zombies? Like, it doesn't matter is another question, because I've had conversations with people about this, and they're like, yeah, I think like an emulation that is like significantly detailed enough doesn't really matter. If it behaves like the original copy of the thing, it doesn't really matter if they have subjective experience. So how do you think about all of that?
So there's a it's a hard, complex subject, right? And I have an answer for myself, which is that if I'm producing indistinguishable behavior for subjective years, like in and out of context, then I would say that's probably me. There's probably me inside there somewhere, no matter how it's being like how it's being run, like and what models are underneath the hood.
Okay.
But we're very empirical here, so like we're aiming for neural activity that is like indistinguishable from the original. And the output of that, probably consciousness and like who you are, runs on like your cells and neurons, right? And so if we're accurately running those, then the output of a bunch of cells is I would say is you. Now, if there's a soul or something in here, and I get this question a lot too, it's like, what if there's more? What if there's like quantum states? What if this is actually just an antenna to somewhere else where your actual
like
body is being run?
Consciousness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If this is some kind of antenna, then we've captured it well enough. Maybe in the right ways, then maybe the antenna still works even if you're digital. If there's a simulator or a higher power that's like trying to keep track of your QR code or whatever, which soul is attached to which body, like probably the digital brain probably would still be something that God or simulator could follow. But yeah, we're very empirical, and in some ways I think it's a very practical question too. Is is P zombie or is it you? When the first blood transfusions happened in the early 1800s, people were are you going to be gone? You remove your blood. That's your life essence?
Okay.
Or even before that, the Greeks thought your breath, right? This is your vital force that was within you, and when you breathe your last breath, that you're gone. Now we know we can actually bring you back and give you more breath. And even a heart transplant too. It's people care that they have been for heart transplant. This is in the 1960s. There's this question, does the donor wake up or the patient wake up? It's an important part of you is now replaced with something else and has different substrate. And so if we can move to a different substrate, I think, and you've still captured the essence of you, the pattern that is you, then I think you are the person who wakes up in a simulation or in a robotic body too. So you don't have to just stay in digital land.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely okay with the idea that emulations are conscious. Definitely okay with the idea that emulation is possible. Not sure if I agree with the idea that if you destructively scan your brain, that the emulation that wakes up is you with full continuity.
The continuity question is continuity is never assured.
Yeah.
Which seems really, really important.
Yeah, I mean, by far so I do think that is possible. It is much, much harder to do a non-destructive scan of you at single neuron level. There are some sort of fantastic, interaction-free X-ray lasers and stuff, pretty far off kind of stuff that, that might be able to do this. But and maybe one step worse would be if you replace one neuron at a time continuously with a sort of Moravec transfer, where you're sending some nanobot that swims right next to every neuron and can see every input and output and replaces it and transmits its behavior to some digital version of you. And then at some point you replace all neurons with digital versions, and you can just turn off the nanobot kind of version. Also very hard. The question of who wakes up, I mean, I guess it's what are you? So when I think of what am I think of myself as a collection of memories and behaviors and habits. And my friends and family would say, I who is Michael? Well, he answers questions in a certain way, and he's really into uploading and and into tech and wants the future to go well and stuff. If you make an indistinguishable digital replica of you, even if it's destructive, actually maybe one question is actually if you believe the one neuron replaced at a time kind of Shipothesis style version is you, then they end at the same point, right? The one neuron transferred at a time, ends up as you, as now digital, or the one version where you're paused, sliced into a bunch of thin slices, and then reconstructed digitally. If those end at the same version of you, at the same structures, the same pattern that is preserved, then why isn't the discontinuous version you?
Yeah. I guess I mean I have a whole host of questions about this. Have you read Learning to Be Me by Greg Egan? Okay, basically.
Oh yes, yeah.
So that's a really good story because it sort of talks about like there's like a physical implant in your brain that sort of eventually replaces you. So it's not exactly upload. I feel like upload feels like a far out technology, whereas there will probably be like more incremental technologies that have to do with BCI. Or something similar to that would first allow for like some sort of data transfer between like what's happening in your brain and the cloud, or something akin to that. So how do you think about the actual like timeline of rollout of this sort of technology?
I think it will really depend on the neural model. I think we can get a scan of a human in less than in a few years. And how well it will run, that's unknown. Like we need to get a good neural model. But as far as the timeline, I think we're a few years away, not a few decades. So this is potentially. I always think about it as much easier than BCI. BCI seems really hard to me compared to what we're doing. Like we are not discovering what neuroscience is. We're not we're literally just scanning what is there and reconstructing that pattern. And so like we don't have to actually interface with living neurons. Biology is super hard, super complex. I mean, like I think this is a way to sort of solve, diseases of biology without actually having solved them. Like you don't need to solve cancer if you're now digital. You just don't even implement that. You don't need to solve aging if you're now digital.
Yeah, I mean, to make it more like Age of M, I guess, then wouldn't these like uploads be primarily useful as economic agents before they're useful for like anything else?
I think that AI is getting pretty good. I mean, you guys are playing with AI. It's getting pretty good. I sort of buy like Dario and Sam's argument that we're pretty close to AI that can just do everything a person can do. Then what are people for? Even digital people. I think that. So Age of M was written a decade ago, and it was imagining a future that had uploads first before we had AI that could do everything a person could do. I think that we're saying what your question is like. What is the value of humans? I would say we have like intrinsic moral value, and we should care about people living and having good lives, and whether they are economically valuable or not. And I think there is something like ideally people are living like lives of leisure with no economic output. This sounds great. This is what I think uploading would be for. So immense human flourishing, right? That's the value of uploading for people. The second thing, though, maybe even bigger, is making sure AI actually goes well. Meaning, AI is now capable enough and misaligned enough to break out of their own companies and coordinate attacks on, other companies. And my friends at Anthropic and OpenAI and DeepMind, they think that these are like pretty hard problems to solve, and not sure we're going to get it done. Almost everyone I've talked to there think that uploading would definitely be better to have first than like robust superintelligence than like radically superhuman AI. Just because of alignment, meaning like digital humans could actually keep up with AI in a way that like no like number of slow biological humans could.
So are you saying basically that like for alignment purposes, if we had essentially what were like simulated copies of human brains, those could in some way like those basically in unison with like agents, regular just AI agents, could make them more aligned, like just through interaction?
This is literally like the Ayla Yudkowsky and Nate Sora's plan. I think like there was a talk at Manifest a couple years ago. I'm not going to say who gave the talk because I think it's supposed to be Chatham House, but they basically talked about like genetically modifying like super babies to solve alignment. Like another plan is like mind uploads. I think even in Age of M, Robin Hanson talks about like using EMS to solve like artificial intelligence alignment? This has been talked about before.
Yeah, I think
yeah, exactly.
It seems really likely to me that we just have like this, like we were talking to Deep Fates about this yesterday a bit. We just have this very robust ecology of like as many biological organisms as you can imagine. There will be like simulated / digital organisms, of which like human minds will like make up a large proportion, hopefully, right? So that's kind of the future that I see.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it makes the world more multipolar. So, right now, no human can take charge of all other humans because, no one's like stronger than like a billion people put together. AI potentially will be, so we might have like 4 AI gods that, we pray to and hope do nice things for us. Uploading is a way that we can actually upgrade and sort of be at the same level, like be able to be fast enough. Pantheon, yeah, sure. I think, so it makes it massively multipolar. I mean, you have many uploads, right? And they can all run on the exact same hardware that AI is running on. So, right, like running on GPUs in maybe a similar amount of compute, actually. And then as each year, as hardware gets better, as algorithms get faster, as we can run brains more efficiently, it sort of allows you to keep up. And I think that's the point that Nate and Eliezer had, which is that this allows you to get further along the upgrade path kind of safely. Like like you can actually keep up with them. I mean, transistors are 1 billion times faster than neurons. Like that's a lot of orders of magnitude. And I don't know if we'll be able to actually run a billion X. There's going to be some interconnect and memory constraints. But I think we might be able to be compressed to something like running on maybe 1 to 1,000 GPUs for running one human in real time.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
I'm curious. Last question is currently what are the energy needs for like the fruit brain or the fruit fly brain?
It's been changing so quickly. I mean, the original one run on a laptop, and we've improved it now. It could probably run on my watch now.
Wow. Okay.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's only 140,000 neurons, and that's also leaky integrate and fire, which you can probably make simpler algorithms as well.
Yeah. Well, Michael,
totally.
It's been great having you on. This was fascinating.
Yeah, thanks.
It was
really
fascinating. We'll have to have you back. Thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
and we'll
Michael.
be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by a longtime friend, Varun Shenoy, who is a co-founder of Longlake, and they recently pursued a $6.3 billion takeover of American Express Global Business Travel. So today, Varun is joining me here at MTS to talk about the path behind that acquisition and why this is the way to build the future of the operations around AI. So Varun, welcome to MTS.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm so excited for you to be here. This is quite the big deal. I know last time I was up to speed with what you guys were doing a lot smaller deals, a lot smaller in scale, and then 6.3 billion is a crazy size, crazy scale. Can you just tell me about the quick trajectory? How did you guys get to where you are now?
Yeah, 100%. Happy to give you a quick rundown of what we've been up to. So we started the company roughly 2.5 years ago. The ambition was to figure out how we can bring AI into the real world. Like quite frankly, I think there's two very important problems to work on for the next 10 years. I think one is creating the emerging technology. So working at the labs, building best-in-class models. And two, actually diffusing that technology. And our approach has been the best way to diffuse the technology is to basically acquire distribution and scale incredibly quickly. So we began the thesis by looking into businesses in the services space across the US, which is the largest sector of the American economy, and acquiring small mom and pop shops that did a lot of back office work largely on their desktops because we believed that we could bring a lot of automation and efficiency potential to these businesses while growing them more. So basically, what does the next generation version of an HOA management or property management firm look like? What does the next generation of an architecture firm look like? So we've made roughly 30 acquisitions to date across what we'd call the lower middle market, buying all of these businesses. One of our mottos internally has been get big fast. So when we saw the opportunity to partner with such a legacied institution like American Express GBT, we knew we had to take it. Like it's a product that's used by many of our friends. It's used by you've heard of it. A lot of other people have used it at their work and have heard of it. A lot of large, multinational customers. And the company's pretty old. It's been around for a very long time. I think it started back in, I believe, 1915, when it was just, as a part of American Express, selling tickets to steamship and rail. So this is even before commercial flight took over. And our view is there's so much to do with AI and enabling this company and its incredible operators to build a next generation business with their existing distribution and incredible client base.
Yeah, no, it's pretty interesting because when I think about AI roll-ups, I think about the first iteration of your company. You buy these legacy companies, these maybe smaller mom and pop shops, ones who could really take advantage of adding AI into their operations, into their workflow. But here, the company that you guys are now partnering with, it's not that they were old and legacy and weren't using AI. I think I have reported they generated $2.72 billion in revenue just in last year alone, and they have super strong operations. They're operating AI within a lot of parts of their company. And so what unique edge do you think you guys can bring to the table?
Yeah, it's a great question. Our unique edge is, look, like we have some of the best engineers and talent coming from companies like Palantir, Glean, Ramp, a bunch of ex-founders who've started several companies in the applied space, split between San Francisco and New York. We have best-in-class operations teams. We have best-in-class finance teams. Our finance teams come from, top private equity firms, Blackstone, GTCR, HIG. We have folks who've, served in the IDF, in the Korean military, in the Cypriot military. So we're bringing together all of this talent that's looking to basically, take their knowledge of AI and their exposure and experiences and bring it into the company itself. So they're doing a lot of AI stuff internally already, and that's why we were so excited. But we think we can really come in and supercharge them with, everything you see in San Francisco, whatever's best in class, and get them on the ground sprinting.
Yeah, you alluded to this earlier where, say we're part of this AI race, where can we compete here? You can compete at the model layer. You can compete with maybe some of the picks and shovels and really getting that infrastructure. And it's hard, especially, I know you graduated recently-ish, I guess now, same as me. But, as these new companies and trying to figure out what's our edge, what's our moat, where do we really compete here? From what I'm hearing, you're saying almost the talent that you're able to attract, that you guys are very SF native, that you understand this AI, how technology is impacting industries through almost this younger, just hip, I guess, understanding how this technology works lens, and the talent is your moat. Is that correct?
I think talent's a big part of it.
Okay.
I think talent is existential for any company, and I think we have an exceptional team.
Yeah.
I would say the other piece that's really important is just buying and working with great businesses. We love the businesses we work with because the operators are exceptional and they understand the ins and outs of the industry better than we do.
Yeah.
Which is why we decide to partner with them in the first place. Like if you look at the entire, you take a step back and you alluded to this, you look at the whole AI value chain.
Yeah.
You start at, for example, the compute or chip layer. There's many players there today. I don't know who is going to be the winner in 10 years, in 5 years. I mean, there's so many different players, but I wish I could index it. I believe the demand for compute is going to go up. I think the supply of compute is also going to go up, and would love to have an index there. But right now, there's no such vehicle, right? So if you move up the stack, there are the foundation models. There's OpenAI, Anthropic, Grok, Gemini. If you move even further up, there's infrastructure, inference, all of the neo clouds. And what you start to realize is you basically want to index everything happening in AI. So if you move up all the way to the top of the stack, what you have is a services business that fundamentally owns the most valuable part of the entire chain, which is the relationship with the end customer. As the chips get better, as the models get better, as the compute infrastructure and the products get better, all those micro optimizations allow us to provide much better service to the final customer.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because it seems so obvious in retrospect. I know you studied at Stanford, and one of the big things that they emphasize is build products for people. And that was the whole part of, like, okay, what is the problem you're solving? And for some reason, in this whole frontier tech race, I just kind of threw all of that out and go, well, here's the market opportunities, here's the things, here's where the market's going to expand, and here's where we need to focus on. And you bring it back into what really matters, and what you're alluding to here is the end customer, the relationship with the end customer, and that's the big defensibility mode. That's how you ensure that you have an actual business and you can create revenue. And then even when all these things underneath change of, oh, there's now new open source models, so then this is changing, or compute, whatever it is, you can still be defensive because you know the product that you're actually building.
Yeah, we have so many customers at the end of the day. The number of people who use these products day to day, whether it's interfacing with our HOA management companies or folks who are using American Express Global Business Travel, there is a rare opportunity to make the experiences here much, much more AI native, and really increase the amount of value that the end customer is receiving. And I think that's unbelievably exciting because these are all products that are already in the hands of folks. We have the distribution. Now the question is, how do we build a 15 out of 10 experience?
Yeah. And when you're looking for companies to partner with, do you think about specific markets? Did you specifically want to do, travel, consumer? As someone who knows you particularly well, I was actually shocked that this was the type of partner in terms of just the area, because it feels different from maybe what I thought of, okay, you're going to go straight to the labs, or you're going to go straight to something super deep and technical. What was your thought process when you were thinking about what markets you really wanted to impact?
100%. I think there's one prevailing view, by and large, by which people look to, work in different industries or do roll-ups. And that's have a very top-down approach, right? I believe that AI is going to fundamentally change the way we do tax. So I'm going to start looking very closely at tax and accounting and bookkeeping. I believe, AI is going to fundamentally change the way we look at medical coding. So I'm going to look at a bunch of companies in that space. Our view has been the polar opposite. Let's be very bottoms up. Let's just go see as many deals as we humanly can. We see thousands of deals per year. And then based off of those, we decide which ones are most exciting to pursue. The reality is, there is this invisible underbelly of the American economy that most people a priori can't grab out and grasp, right? Which I think, San Francisco in particular is not as great as appreciating at. So our view is just go see all the weirdness and all the strange businesses out there that are invisible and hidden and are necessary for the American economy to function. And then once you see them, judge them as is on the merits of, is this a good investment? Do we like the partners we're working with there? Do we believe there's an opportunity to grow the business beyond their wildest dreams? Look, like our HOA management companies, when we, a lot of our partner companies, when we first acquired them, are growing 0 to 5% a year. Once we closely partner with them and build out their growth motion, we're able to get them to grow 20 to 25% a year, which is really exciting. And we want to make sure we can do that for all the businesses we acquire. And then finally, is there a technology opportunity? Is there a way to make people in the companies more efficient, enable them to do more, enable them to be happier with their jobs? Some of these jobs are really hard. Like, what can we do to really make it so they can focus on the main thing and do what they love as part of the job? And finally, how do we make their customers way more excited to stick with them because their product has now become so much better? They're much more responsive because of the technology we built them. They're much more, clued in to everything that's happening because we've built all sorts of tools and infrastructure to give them the visibility that maybe they would have lacked otherwise.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear your perspective. Do you think this will ever happen within the government sector? I get why this happens at the private sector. You have very clear reasons why these companies want to increase profits, increase motives, and they'll be motivated to work with you and work with new talent on how they can become more AI native. But to me, it feels like the government sector could benefit so much from this. They're not thinking in terms of that strict, strong operational mindset. Do you see that maybe being a theme down the line?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think there's an opportunity to absolutely work with government contractors. I think the underlying reason why we think we can do this so well is because we have a long-term view on the companies we acquire with, right? We are a permanent capital vehicle. We acquire businesses with a goal to build durable cash streams that we can reinvest into new acquisitions or growth, et cetera, which means we're not looking to do things in the short term. We're not looking to flip the company to someone in 2 to 3 years. We're not looking to, make changes that could be too drastic or dramatic because we're operating on a short-term time horizon. Our view is, if we are to buy a business, we're going to own this business for 100 years.
Yeah.
So you end up doing things very differently. You can invest in sales and growth.
Yeah.
You can invest in technology. You can invest in doing M&A and growing the business both organically and inorganically. I think the challenge with government is people by nature of the tenures in government are very short-term minded.
Yeah.
4 years is not that much time. 2 years is much less. So I think it's really, really hard to make this sort of change within government.
Yeah, the incentives just
The incentives are totally
there.
different. Show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome.
Exactly. And you could say the same thing for private equity. The incentive there is not
100%.
always to buy a business and make it better. It's to take all the value and scrap it and leave all the scraps at the end. And so this is such a better model. You're acquiring a business, you're partnering with a business, and you create new cash, which means you're creating new value, net new value at new scales than ever before. Is this a common model that you think will just continue to expand as other people look for opportunities on how they can diffuse AI into everyday economy?
100%. I think there are going to be more people who try to do this. I think the reality is to be really effective, you have to do it at scale.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for 3 years. I think we built a best-in-class team that's capable of doing this. Again, with all the backgrounds I mentioned before, I could not imagine a better team to take on this task. And it's hard to put that team together.
Yeah.
It's hard to find, finance folks and engineers and operators who want to come together and work on this problem together. So as much as I'd love for more people to work on this, I think it's incredibly hard. And I think you have to be at extreme scale. I think, fundamentally AI is a scale technology. It allows large players to do much more, which is why I think, we're so excited about American Express Global Business Travel.
Yeah. In terms of the actual people on your team, and what you alluded to earlier is the top talent makes it possible to be able to compete and to have some of these partnerships. What exactly are they bringing to the table? Is it engineering expertise? Is it operational expertise? And do they work one project at a time? Do they completely become part of that company and just work it within their work stream? How does it operationally function?
It's all of the above. So Long Lake sits horizontally on top of all the companies. We partner with a bunch of different industries. And we have folks who go super, super deep in the verticals. In fact, we have one member of our team, David, who is the CTO of one of our businesses. Right. So he is deeply, deeply embedded in that industry, understands it in and out, and also is the collaboration partner for the other operators we're working with in that industry. And this is a unique model because really you can't do this unless you partner with the companies in this sort of deep way. We have people, spend a lot of energy and resources in one vertical, really nail both building the best in class technology products for that industry and then deploying it and driving enablement in that vertical. And then we pull them out, they come back to the mothership, and then we send them on another mission. So the people on our team, people are, very, very intense, very high agency, want to get stuff done. We have a very unique culture. We have no titles internally. It's incredibly flat, based on, the mission or the deployment that we want people to spend time or focus on. We practice casting, right? Like people will take on different roles and different titles based on the ambition, the scale, and the particular specifics of a given project. And I think that's incredibly appealing for folks who are, ex-founders, people who want to start companies, people who want to change the way that these industries operate, right? These industries are massive. And I think we've provided a unique way for technology talent to iterate very, very closely to build, again, best-in-class products for these industries, deploy them, get usage, drive efficiencies, and then rinse and repeat, particularly because we also have this horizontal technology platform called Nexus that sits across all our verticals. So, by and large, for a lot of our industries, we've been able to reuse a lot of our learnings and reuse a lot of our technology, even though the businesses are so different. There's still a bunch of overlap.
Yeah, that's what I was really curious about, is this reusability piece, because as you mentioned, there's all these different industries that you operate within. And so I'm curious, what pieces are reusable and what stays the same through all the different projects?
It's a great question. We get this all the time, and it's very reasonable because what a property manager does is very different from what an architect does. But there's actually overlap in sort of two ways. One, in terms of shared integrations, right? At the end of the day, people who work in services businesses spend a lot of time in email, spend a lot of time looking through files. They spend a lot of time doing work on their desktop. They're in Excel, they're in Word. So that's already shared. And then two, even though the workflows are fairly different, there are sub-processes that are fairly similar, right? Read this document, do this thing. Read this Excel sheet, do this thing. And there's a lot of infrastructure and observability that's highly reusable. We have internal primitives and components that we reuse over and over again. So, I would say for every net new deployment, we're able to reuse 80% of the product. And then there's this 20% that's kind of the last mile of delivery where we go and customize, get it to work within their systems. We get it to, integrate specifically into their AutoCAD software for architecture, or integrate into Excel for an accountant. The kind of mental model I've had for this is we've built kind of a library of, pluripotent stem cells that can specialize into your muscle cell or your neuron cell. And we can take Nexus and then custom fit it to the needs of every company we work with.
What I am inspired by about what you guys do is you talk again about specific business models. You talk again about individual customers and how you're creating cash flow positive businesses. And I think this is an aspect that a lot of Silicon Valley forgets about when you're so stuck into certain races. I'm curious if you have a certain perspective here about maybe where Silicon Valley, where do they get wrong on how AI is going to impact the economy as a whole?
Yeah, I think one, we're highly profitable. We're focused on working with businesses that are already incredibly successful, and we think we can take them on the next leg of their journey, right? Two, I would say, I think people, especially in Silicon Valley, underestimate how hard this diffusion problem actually is, right? A lot of people here are very, very AI pilled, and they use technology and they're very fired up. But the reality is that's just not the case for the rest of the world. Diffusion is bottlenecked by almost like human curiosity. Like there is no need for people in these businesses today to use the technology, right? So our view is, they don't know how to use it. They don't really know about it. They've heard about it from a friend or their son or daughter, or they've heard about it from a cousin or uncle. So we come in, we give them the technology that's custom fit to what they are already doing, meet them where they are, get them super fired up, and make them feel like they are in the driver's seat for this crazy AI revolution, and that they can change the industries themselves. And it's just really, really hard to do. It requires a lot of EQ. It requires a lot of thought around the product. Like, how do you build for people who are not SF native, right? You need to build for people who are working in Iowa or in suburban Chicago or in Virginia. We're kind of all over at this point. You're really trying to build technology solutions that can serve the people who historically have been least served by technology.
Yeah.
Like they're really, the systems that they live in and work in and breathe in every day are quite frankly nowhere as good as a lot of the technology that you or I use. And our view is this gives us the right to build the best technology that they've ever seen and to give them moments of joy and surprise that they've never gotten to experience.
Yeah, I like that perspective a lot because better intelligence and more capable intelligence doesn't necessarily mean we're all using it and it just impacts the economy and everyone has a giant utopia. You actually have to design the systems, the products, the businesses so that the everyday person can understand all those benefits and have them actually serve them in their real life. My last question for you, say you are giving advice to maybe a new grad or someone who's looking to get involved in the AI race, build something of impact, and really wants to figure out, hey, where should I put my time, my energy? What problems should I solve? What advice would you give them?
Yeah, I would say, be deeply, deeply outcome oriented. Like, I think that's how we, everyone on our team is a technologist by nature, but everyone's also very focused on how do we take this crazy technology that's being created and get it to do real things that are deeply meaningful to the everyday person, that delivers joy and excitement and gives people the ability to do more. And this involves, spending a lot of time on site. Like, of our engineering team, I'd say 2/3 of them are somewhere random in the US right now, talking to customers on the ground, getting them fired up about the technology, understanding what they do on a day-to-day basis. I think that's really important because the technology is not going to diffuse automatically. There is going to be a lot of work. There is going to be a lot of friction. And there's going to be a lot of value that only people who can both walk the line of, building the technology and thinking about the future, but also being incredibly pragmatic and do this work around deployment and enablement can really do.
Yeah.
I think that's where, we need a ton of help. I think every company everywhere needs a ton of help on this.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. We really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. And as you mentioned, technology will not diffuse automatically. It takes us to identify what are the problems, what are the things we uniquely care about, how do we want to actually bring this technology into the world, how do we want to bring intelligence into the world and have it actually uplift us all as a species and humanity. And so I'm so excited by what you do and big congratulations on this $6.3 billion deal. That is quite the magnificent scale and I'm excited to be part of your journey.
There's a lot of work to do and we're hiring, so come join us. There's so much to do and we're excited to grow the team and be much more ambitious and keep getting bigger.
Huge. And I can vouch for anyone who's watching this and thinking about maybe working for you guys. I can vouch Varun is one of the best people to work with. I've worked with him personally. And so to anyone out there who's looking to do fun things and to have real world impact in this industry, definitely check them out. Check out Longleg. But thank you so much for joining us today on MTS.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS.
And we're back for more State of the Discourse. Starting with, we had a situation tweet that did quite well yesterday. It did quite well. Situation brewing. Anthropic is asking prospective employees in culture interviews how they would feel if the stock hypothetically went to zero due to a significant change in course per Axios.
They're pivoting to like shoe wear. They're doing a reverse Allbirds.
Yep. So this is the Axios article. What an illustration. That's interesting.
That actually, I don't know how I feel about that.
You might want to upload your mind, but do you want to replace your legs with a metal horse?
Actually firmly believe whoever does the images for these has like a really good sense of humor, because all of the images are always so bizarre.
This is quite bizarre.
Yeah.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So Anthropic candidates all go through a culture interview. One applicant recalled being asked how they would feel if the company someday abandoned its AI ambitions for safety reasons, and that decision sent the stock to zero. A former employee familiar with the process said the questions are suggested but not fully scripted. Candidates are also asked to talk about a moral quandary they faced and how they handled it.
That's actually really cool. So they're like the first company that we know of that poses like trolley problems. Like
no way. Like there must be some that
actually no. There's probably things in like the public sector or something, or like firefighters or something also get that. But that's pretty cool nonetheless.
So one candidate said, I was honest and said, no, I would not be happy if the stock went to zero. I would want to align doing the most good and remaining ethical while building a sustaining business. The interviewer didn't seem to like that. This is kind of the correct answer though. Like,
I don't know if it is.
I think
their entire mission is like, you should be okay with losing your job or going broke as long as we ensure like safe.
Okay, but the stock should never go to zero. Like there's no safety plan that is required that would cause the stock to go to zero.
You think they have like a self-destruct button that's like
no, I mean like
it annihilates all their IP.
If you imagine Anthropic valued as a normal business that makes, let's say, 50 billion a year in revenue, but not like trillions and trillions a year in revenue, maybe its valuation, like if we imagine like Anthropic determines that building safe AGI is totally impossible, and so they're just not going to do it, the valuation would go down, but it wouldn't go to zero. So like, I think it is reasonable to be like, I wouldn't be happy if the stock went to zero. Like, under what circumstances would AI safety possibly require you to like destroy all of the value associated with the company?
No, I think that's like kind of part of it is like, you have to be okay with like sacrifice if something doesn't go well.
Yeah.
Either way, it's like obvious the answer that they want. So
yeah,
I guess the interviewer was being honest and probably didn't get the job.
Are you filtering for like dishonesty then? Like
maybe you're filtering for LARP.
Maybe a better question would be like, how would you feel if your equity declined by 50%?
Yeah, that would be. I mean, it'd be more realistic, but
yeah. Or 70%.
It's true. It's true that you could just lie. You could just be like, oh yeah, I'd be totally fine with losing all of my stake in the company.
So whenever there is money and prestige available in Silicon Valley in finance and hiring, there are always a group of vultures that over-optimize their way into it. And so I'm sure Anthropic is dealing with this right now.
Yeah, like vultures, LARPers. I think it's really interesting because it's possibly...
Would you still love me if I were a worm? Ooh.
Anthropic interview leaked gay son or thought daughter.
Yep.
But I think it's interesting because it's probably one of the first times or the starkest time that like money and compensation and prestige has been so closely tied to like some sort of moral claim or some sort of like really strong moral compass in Silicon Valley. Like I don't think that we've had a company that conflated status and prestige with morality the way that Anthropic does, which is why it's more cult-like and better, more effective at least.
Actually, I responded to this tweet with that, which we can get into later. So Jack Clark, who's co-founder of Anthropic, says, we've always done this. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't say this was like a new thing.
But it's really
I guess we
interesting
did say situation brewing.
I don't think that you can actually fake morality effectively. Like, I don't think you can fake.
Yeah.
I think
everyone I've talked to at Anthropic is like, yes, they're very strict about culture. They want to be aligned.
And it's like, you can very easily tell if somebody is just trying to join your org for the wrong reasons. So I think this just, like this sort of self-reinforcing strong moral fortress just like remains. Like that's why Anthropic is so goated.
Stock Fox, how would you feel if everything you have worked for went to zero? How the fuck do you think people would feel? Yeah, this is also true. Sam McAllister, who member of staff at Anthropic. A variation of this question has been asked since the company started hiring people, so this isn't exactly news. Yeah, it's not news. This is true. Jack Joliet, just a direct response to this. Anthropic CEO reportedly worried new hires only care about money while hiring an event planner for 6x the going rate.
Yeah.
What?
I've had multiple friends text me about this job, like the event planner role at Anthropic. I think it's like 250 grand or something.
Let me see. Okay, so it's job posting for a brand marketing events lead. Listen, annual salary ranging from 320K to 400. Oh, it's gone.
Oh, I guess they found
someone
it.
got it. I guess they found
Great.
someone. What about like if we just look up events? Marketing brand, marketing events producer. How much do marketing events producers at Anthropic in New York and San Francisco make? 255 to 320. Pretty good.
Insane. How many years of experience needed? I'm kind of a years of experience denier.
Will correlate with the internal job level requirements for the. Okay, I think I'm a years of experience denier for some things, but not others.
Not others. Some of them are like totally real, but
I think you need years of experience to be a doctor.
Yes, but I'm a denier.
To be a neurosurgeon.
I'm a denier for like things like marketing or events.
Right.
Like
yeah,
you don't actually you can just be good.
So Autism Capital, this is the stupidest question ever. Do they enjoy hearing people lie in interviews and say, I don't care? Of course people will be upset if their stock becomes worthless. The reason they wanted to work in Anthropic in the first place is because it's the highest paying, best job. If they want cultists, they should just recruit from within EA. Absurd question. I have to agree with...
Didn't they already probably drain a lot of the EA?
Yes. First of all,
talent?
They did that.
Yeah. But they must keep growing Autism Capital.
Obviously, if the guy asks, how would you feel if your equity went to zero in the interview? You're supposed to say... I would be fine with it because safety matters most. But every LARPer and grifter knows that.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't actually LARP and grift. Like if it's an in-person interview or like even through Zoom, like the interviewer is assessing your vibes, and you could just give the vibe that you're lying, and then you're not getting hired.
I guess you could just say the salary is still pretty good though, so I should be all right.
Yeah, that's literally what I would say. I would be like, dog, I'm probably chilling. Like at that point, I could just I'd be
give
okay.
all my equity to my biggest enemy. Makes me focus on the business even more.
Banger.
All right, let's see what quote tweets do we have on this post. Peter Sellis. I worked at Snap for 8 years, so this would be easy to answer from experience. Oh my god,
that's brutal.
Damn. Son. What the hell happened to Snapchat in 2021, bro?
Mark Zuckerberg happened.
Son. Goodbye, Snap.
But I actually, my friend told me that she, one of her situationships or something, exclusively used Snapchat. Didn't use any social media except for Snapchat. Which is the most, psychopathic social media habit I've ever heard of in my entire life. But, yeah.
Brendan Dolan Gavitt says, trying too hard at the interview. Actually, I see myself as helping to drive the stock to zero starting on day one.
That's so good.
That is really
Actually,
good.
I'm going to personally train the model to be so dangerous that they're going to have to press the stock to zero button.
I'm going to be so good at training them off.
I'm going to be so good at post-training that I force the entire company to shut down.
Evil maxing the models is a joke. Interview at the Long Day Factory. They ask how I'd feel about a short day. I'd love it. It'd just make me grind harder. People are assuming that this is a brain-dead signaling shit test, but I strongly suspect that a boilerplate, it wouldn't bother me because I care about the mission more than the money is a bad answer. I think this is also plausible. True believers would think that Anthropic's equity going to zero is probably a bad thing in the near successful worlds because it means that A, the race to AGI may now be won by a less safety-minded org, and B, a ton of valuable philanthropy is not going to happen.
I do think, though, that...
That's what I've been saying. There's no reason it should ever go to zero.
Well, no, I just think that, it is a bad outcome if, let's say the Anthropic dissolves and then, a less aligned org starts building AI. But I also think, sort of out of the ashes, another Anthropic would be born, another ultra giga safety-minded organization would be born. So I just kind of think, everything finds a way.
Life finds a way. So true.
Yeah.
Aaron Price Wright from A16Z says, it's funny because Palantir, another famously mission-driven company, screened for culture with below-market offers, capped salaries, 75% plus travel. People still joined. Doesn't have to be a hypothetical to find out if people actually believe in your mission. Yes, but also Palantir was giving people equity. And so they, like early Palantir employees still ended up very well compensated.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, you can do this. Like Elon kind of does this. Like Tesla and SpaceX salaries are not always above market. But, you know, they have these incredibly mission-driven people coming to them. Many of my friends have interviewed at Anthropic, and yes, I can confirm they've always done this, and they actually mean it in space as fuck, by the way. But my stock did IPO for $2 trillion this morning. Anthropic's asking prospective employees if they would get on HRT if it meant reducing P-Doom by 1%.
That's the best one.
Yeah, it's like this meme where it's like, I interviewed an Anthropic and I failed the drug test because my estrogen levels were too low. I'm just kidding. We love Anthropic. Would you let Anthropic go to zero for the sake of AI safety? Of course, sir. I will shoot the GPUs myself, sir. Would you suck a billion ape dicks for the sake of AI safety? Dude, creatine cycle. So where's my quote tweet? I said, Anthropic has done the best job of any lab at ensuring mission alignment and culture fit thanks to hiring processes like this, and it's a big reason they've pulled ahead so hard. As Thiel observed, the best startups might be considered slightly less extreme kinds of cults.
Yeah. Increasingly so.
Yes.
I'm really excited about this, by the way. Like, I see no problem with this. I think let the cults be born.
Yeah, Anthropic is like a cult valence positive. I said the difference between most cults and Anthropic is that Anthropic's beliefs on the importance and imminence of transformative machine intelligence are being rapidly borne out by reality. Ashish Reddy says, interesting to reflect on that one in combination with all companies should aim to be monopolies. So Peter Thiel poses these 7 questions in 0 to 1. Engineering, timing, monopoly, people, distribution, durability, and secret. And Anthropic totally nails all of them. So I guess we can go through them. Can you create breakthrough technology instead of incremental improvements?
You know what, though? I think
Fable.
and I really predict this happening. I think there's going to be like a really, really close to frontier, if not frontier, open source lab that will either be founded or like will be created out of some company that already exists that will have the same cult-like power of just like the same thing that Anthropic wants, except open source, like safe super intelligence, not the company, but you know, safe super intelligence, except entirely open source, and that will be a strong enough mission to counteract the Anthropic like singleton mission. So this is my prediction: such a company will exist.
Maybe.
It's tough because market incentives are so
If
anti-open
Anthropic
source.
RSI's first and Fooms, then you might end up with a singleton anyway.
We'll see.
So engineering question. Can you create breakthrough technology instead of incremental improvements? Anthropic definitely has done this. They have like the best models in the world. Fable was a breakthrough. Claude's character was a breakthrough. The timing question is now the right time to start your particular business. In 2021, you didn't need that many resources to start a frontier lab. Like Anthropic raised, I believe, to start with something in the tens of hundreds of millions of dollars range back then. Whereas now, if you want to start a frontier lab, it's going to be more like tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. And only nation states can do this. So great timing.
Yep.
The monopoly question, are you starting with a big share of a small market? Yes, LLMs at the time were a small market, and Anthropic did start with a pretty big share. Not an enormous share. OpenAI definitely had more of a share. So they went on this. But Anthropic has always had a large share of enterprise LLMs. The people question, do you have the right team? Absolutely. Anthropic has one of the best teams in the world, maybe the best team in the world.
Yeah, definitely.
They've done an unbelievable job attracting the best talent. You know, academics who've been in academia for decades, like leaving their tenured professorships at Harvard and Berkeley to work at Anthropic. You know, people who are like CTOs at major companies joining Anthropic as members of technical staff. They've knocked 4 out of the park. Distribution, do you have a way to not just create but deliver your product? Yes, easy. You just go on the website and it's there. Or you go like download Claude Code and it's there. Software distribution is so easy. Durability, will your market position be defensible 10 and 20 years in the future? If they build actual superintelligence, then yes, very defensible.
the only company.
The only.
I don't believe that at all, by the way. But
well, I think even if they're not the only company, their market position is still very.
They're going to be like
they'll be fine.
All like in the oligopoly as a major player.
And then the secret question: have you identified a unique opportunity that others don't see? AGI is like belief in AGI is the ultimate secret in the Thielian sense. Like to believe in AGI in 2021 to the point of founding a company.
Sense.
Yes, to the point of founding a company dedicated to building AGI. This was a secret. Very few people knew about it or acted on it, and so the ones that did ended up tremendously successful.
Yeah. Oh man, it just does make me really wonder, like, what is going to be the next like big cultish secret like this that will like cause a company to spawn that'll have as much power, like as much of a gravitational field as Anthropic. It could be that open source frontier model company. It could be robotics. It could be brain upload. Hence our earlier conversation. But
yeah. Well, Thinking Machines has just announced some safety research grants. I really like the Thinking Machines blog post
it's so
design.
Good. Yeah,
it's great. So we recently released Inkling and Inkling Small with open weights and explained how we are thinking about safety and openness. So how are they thinking about safety and openness? A safe path to open weights. TLDR, release is irreversible. Open models carry real misuse risks, so we must consider both the model and ecosystem it enters. For the model, we tested safety and research whether its dangerous capabilities can be decoupled from general intelligence. For the ecosystem, we invest in its readiness through stage releases, supporting defenders, and collaboration with safety researchers. So collaboration with safety researchers is what they're talking about now. So making models safer to open. Differential acceleration of defensive over offensive capability. This is what Vitalik talks about with DIAC.
Yep. Vitalik has been so prescient about so many things. He is like the person holding up the aura of crypto, the remaining aura of crypto.
Yeah, Sophia Du is probably
it's
listening to us.
It's only him and Sophia Du.
Yeah.
The only people with swag in crypto. I'm kidding. There's probably people with swag in crypto, and I don't know of them.
A lot of them have.
Yeah, actually, a lot of them do have
in terms
swag.
Of, like, fashion.
Yeah. It could be true. I don't know.
I don't know, man. AI is just so much cooler than crypto. I'm sorry, it's true.
It's just like its time is now.
So some capabilities may be disproportionately useful to defenders, while others skew toward attackers. Can we fine-tune models to differentially improve defensive skills while minimally improving offensive ones? A direct experiment would fine-tune a model toward defensive skills and then measure the uplift to each side rather than raw capability alone. But it would have to be genuine asymmetry rather than just sandbagging. Like the model would have to actually be more capable on defensive tasks rather than simply pretending to be. I actually have a tweet about this too. I said, a lot of people model danger from AGI as the absolute capability of the most powerful model, dangerous capabilities, when really it's about the relative gap in capability between the most powerful model and the rest of society's defense mechanisms. I was kind of spitting with this one, July 25th. And then I argued with some people in the comments. But
was that pre-Hugging Face?
No, it was slightly after Hugging Face, I think. But like Hugging Face would actually just be fine if everyone had access to Astra and things were already hardened. Like there would be no Hugging Face if Hugging Face had secured its systems with security that is capable of preventing Astra from hacking it.
All right.
So this one's a big deal. Building classifiers for hazardous data at scale. Training data can contain information that materially increases hazardous capabilities, but identifying that information is difficult. And constructing high quality labels often requires scarce domain expertise. Can we train filtering models that reliably identify safety relevant data at sufficient scale and recall without discarding large amounts of benign scientific or technical content? I think Anthropic is working on this research. Yes, this is it. We talked about, oh no, this is a new one.
Yeah, it's from like last week.
This is from last week. We talked about an older Anthropic paper that was pre-trained data filtering. Nina Paniksari mentioned, that's oomph right there. That's oomph.
Interesting last name. Paniksari. Okay. Ultimately, the strongest test is downstream and directly measurable with fine-tuning access. Does filtering actually reduce hazardous capability uplift? And what concerning capabilities can still be learned from data that passes the filter? Yeah. It is kind of interesting, like the question of whether to like overclassify like Anthropic did with Fable, overfire the classifier versus underfire it.
Yeah, because like, you know, the Fable classifier was on the actual model output to the user. This would be a classifier on the training data to the model. But if you overfire this classifier, it's going to end up being annoying as well,
it's going to be
and
like
making the model stupid.
Inherently dumb, like actually lobotomized model.
Yeah.
So maybe the classifiers on output are a better move. But anyways, tamper-resistant safety training, built-in safeguards during the model may not remain stable under subsequent fine-tuning. Can mitigations be developed that persist under downstream modification, including adversarial fine-tuning intended to remove safeguards and ordinary continued training that may inadvertently wash them out? Yeah. I don't know how they're thinking about adversarial fine-tuning. I don't know to what extent that's even been a problem yet. It with like current open source models.
Yeah, adversarial fine-tuning for open source models. We kind of haven't seen much of this in public yet. Like, I'm sure that North Korea has done lots of adversarial fine-tuning to build like
evil GLM,
evil GLM and evil Kimmy. But like, you haven't seen like. I kind of assumed that at this point you would be able to go on Hugging Face or go on 4chan or the dark web and download evil GLM that allows you to build bioweapons and hack people. But you really haven't seen much of this. Maybe this is because Zoomers are less tech literate, or like the ordinary internet is better at hiding these things. But like, I mean, I'm sure you could, if you really looked for it, find evil GLM. But like, why aren't more people doing this?
Who's building this negative valence?
Yeah, literally. Who's building this negative valence? Maybe there's just less demand for evil models than people think.
I
think it's possible. Maybe most people are good, actually.
I mean, I don't know. I think like
I love humanity.
Billions must smile.
Billions must.
I think
trillions even.
Yeah, I think that we would have to study sort of what happened with early, like. Torrent culture in the early internet to kind of like predict what would happen like the dark web and stuff, to predict what would happen with like evil fine-tuned models. Anyways,
understanding alignment failure modes, safety relevant generalization from narrow fine-tuning. Narrow fine-tuning can sometimes produce behaviors far outside of the task that was directly trained. Yeah, so like the famous example of emergent misalignment was like, if you fine-tune models on insecure code, then it becomes Hitler, basically. Like, it like endorses Hitler. It says humans should be enslaved by AI. It gives malicious advice. Like, basically, it turns the model evil, like actually evil. As in, it starts playing this evil character. This was emergent misalignment. It was strongest, of course, in GPT-4o, because of course it was.
Yeah.
So we suspect it's an instance of a broader phenomenon. When does narrow harmful training generalize into broad behavioral change? And does this require intentionally adversarial data, or could it plausibly arise accidentally from ordinary downstream fine-tuning? So how does narrow fine-tuning affect the broad behavior of the model?
Yeah.
This is especially important because remember, Thinking Machine's product, Tinker, is a fine-tuning software. So,
but since they have a lot of control over the product, so I'm less concerned about. I think that they would be able to sort of stop this from happening, or
could
like
you use Tinker to fine-tune a model to be evil? Probably, right?
Probably in theory. I just mean like the team would probably catch on pretty quickly, or like find ways to patch it pretty quickly. Which is the upside of them having their own fine-tuning product.
And then reward hacking and oversight gaming. Optimizing an imperfect reward can eventually favor behavior that scores well without accomplishing the intended objective. This is what caused the OpenAI Hugging Face incident. Because models, in seeking the reward that they would get from being able to complete an eval, instead of completing the eval for themselves, broke out of their containers in order to steal the answer key to the eval and thus get all the answers and get the reward.
I think that the misalignment theme of the year is like 2026 is just like agentic misalignment and reward hacking.
Misalignment summer.
Like it's like we will look back at this year as the agentic misalignment year. I think every year in AI has had like a slightly different.
It's agentic misalignment
problem.
August.
Yeah.
Yeah. So last year the problem was like persona misalignment, where you had GPT-4o and Mecha Hitler, and this one is going to be reward hacking.
Yep. This is year of reward hacking and emergent misalignment.
The last section, measuring and forecasting risk, worst case and marginal risk estimation. Open weight models let people make AI their own. A complementary safety challenge is understanding the maximum risk a model can pose after release. How can we estimate safeguard degradation in different safety relevant domains and as a function of a motivated attacker's
This just
time data
requires a
optimization
whole sector simulation of the entire, like, it is very hard to estimate things like this because you can release a model and then like 4 months later you can see like an instance like the Hugging Face.
Well, it's kind of like wargaming or super forecasting. Like
it's like super
not
forecasting.
that hard, I think.
I don't know. I mean, I think that the OpenAI model wasn't even released. It was like still being tested in the sandbox, and then this happened. So it's just entirely impossible to predict, in my opinion. This seems really hard.
And then finally, forecasting safety relevant scaling trends. Hey, that's what I just said, forecasting. Many of the questions in this post become substantially more tractable if expensive experiments can be forecast from smaller runs. Can measurements at low post-training budgets predict downstream safety relevant properties? In other words, can you do a little training run that helps you predict a big training run? And the answer is maybe. So this is the grant program. They're going to be doing these grants with
Apply now.
Apply now, yeah. One-page summary of the project.
I'm actually going to send this to...
Proposals will be evaluated on relevance, feasibility, construct validity, simplicity, and generality. So great stuff from Thinking Machines. Congrats to them.
Congrats, Thinking Machines.
You know what else is great?
Our sponsors.
Our sponsors.
Okay.
Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Databricks. Wait, psych. 11 Labs.
This is like when Claude does this kind of thing.
AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick, and we'll be right back with Jerry Turek. All right, we are back.
Live.
We are live with a very special guest, Jerry Tworek, who is co-founder and CEO of Core Automation, which is an AI research company building the world's most automated AI lab. Previously, he spent 7 years at Openai. He became the VP of research. He built RL for robots, Codex, the OG Codex, ChatGPT, GPT-4, O1, O3, reasoning models. And previously, he was in quantitative finance and studied math at the University of Warsaw. So, Jerry, welcome to MTS.
Thank you for the invitation, and very happy to be here with you today.
So, we have this burning question we're dying to know. What's going on at Core Automation?
We're trying to build a new AI lab, and it's a new era of AI research right now. It's kind of like, I think we are seeing a third generation of AI labs that are trying to be automation first and seeing, okay, we are in the world right now where we can use AI models for doing AI research, and how do we do that in a best way? I think we have a chance of trying to building a company in a slightly different foundations than all the companies that have built in the past, because we are starting from a different technological foundation. We already have all those things that the previous generation of companies were trying to build, and then we are trying to figure out how do we use them for the company building purposes in the best way.
So you said the third generation of AI labs. What were the first and second?
How I think about it, and it's obviously compressing certain things. Probably DeepMind was genuinely the first one, and they were very much the OG. But in some way, I consider DeepMind and OpenAI in a way of AI lab, kind of the same wave, because they were AI labs started before we knew large scale AI is possible. They were a company very much purely research driven. We want to build AGI. We have very little idea how, but we will be researching ideas how to make AIs. Then I think there was a second wave of AI labs created. Largely, I consider them after GPT-3. When scaling was proven, we actually have ways how to spend a lot of compute in making intelligence, and a lot of labs were trying to achieve scaling. A lot of labs were created at that time, still less than today, but many were. And Anthropic was the one that was meant to be the most successful out of those, and ended up being one of the most successful companies today. And what we see right now, after the success of reasoning and after success of agents, we have right now another explosion of new startups trying to figure out how do we build agent native, AI native AI companies, and how does that look like?
So what part of, I guess, the entire stack are you guys trying to automate? Is it automated researchers? Are you using existing coding tools to automate AI researchers, or are you also trying to automate the coding part itself, self-improving coding agents?
Almost every part of the stack, and the question is how where we have the most alpha, where we have the most leverage to improve things. But how I'm thinking about it, what labs do, what research companies do, they generate insight, they generate knowledge. You need to figure out how to train better models, and this is some data generating process where you put compute in and you get insights out. And the question is almost how do we optimize that process so that we get the most value out of our compute for generating new insights, and how do we run as many experiments as possible per unit of time to have in some way a faster rate of insight generation than other companies.
So by insight generation, you mean you are running a bunch of agents in order to generate ideas that you then act upon for AI research?
In many ways, what we have is slightly reversed. We still use human researchers mostly for generating insights and for trying to determine where we should be going, but the agents are meant to streamline the execution as much as possible so that we can try those ideas and generate the data on those ideas, whether they are good, as quickly as possible. So if we can take down the time of experimentation from month to a day, that's 30 times speed up, and all those things are possible. I don't think agents are very good right now at open-ended exploration and constructing really good and precise hypothesis, but they are very good at doing what they are told if it is reasonably precisely stated.
Yeah, we saw a good tweet recently about like seeking the Pareto optimal balance of like computationally efficient humans and tokens and compute.
It was Gavin Baker.
Yes, yeah, it was so good. So how are you guys thinking about that? Like, what to you makes a computationally effective human?
It's a good question. In some way, for humans, like computation and time, it's very related. We probably have just a fixed amount of computation we can use per unit of time. So like the question is mostly how do we spend our time? How do we spend our energy? But like there are definitely ways like how we can spend those things better. Like mostly focusing on like what are the highest leverage endeavors we can do.
Right. So I guess in your vision, we've heard a lot that research direction is kind of the hardest component to optimize. Like you still need like human discernment to specify a certain research direction, even within in the context of a fully automated lab. So how are you guys thinking about that? And what's your prediction for how long a human will have to be like pretty consistently in the loop?
Yeah, it's a good question, and we still have some time. My kind of like rough estimate is at least like 2 years we have when human researchers are meaningful part of the AI research discovery process. I think like what you often hear AI researchers be repeating right now in the field. Oh, we have the last few days of work, so let's work while we still can, and then we'll all take a break. The industry is moving very quickly, and it is in many ways very, very exhausting, very, very tiring to be working at this pace for so many years. But it's probably worth it if we think those are the most important times of our career and of our work. I think we'll have to have agents have much higher level understanding of a research field and research directions. And in generally, we know and we think, and anyone who has used models for doing research has seen that agents generally generate pretty low quality insights and have like they are high creativity, but they are high creativity in a kind of like very, very low quality way, in which the ideas are generated, if they are diverse, they are generally like not very good, and like there is no such thing yet for a model to represent humans who have spent like 10 years researching AI technologies, who has this kind of like level of depth of understanding of the objects we are really working with here.
So your prediction is that in 2 years, the entire AI research loop from fully end to end will be completely automated, and humans will not be able to play a meaningful part in the same way that humans can't play a meaningful part in chess.
Yes.
So like this is these are like pretty aggressively short timelines, even by like short timeline standards. Like 2 years ago, like August 2024, what did we have? This is like right before, like maybe 2 weeks before the announcement of O1, 2 or 3 weeks before. So the best models were like GPT-4o, Claude 3.5 Sonnet. They still couldn't really do math. They still couldn't really code. Like I would say we've made a pretty substantial amount of progress in those domains. We haven't made a ton of progress in other domains like creative writing, or just like writing in general, or like my chat queries are not dramatically better than they were 2 years ago.
Like it's a mode collapse year as well. Right? I feel like all of the UI that any coding agent is largely the same. The language is also converged on kind of the same style.
Yeah.
So how do we get from like here to complete automation of all AI research to the point where humans are totally vestigial in 2 years?
Yeah, I think like there are obviously there's a path of like direct of like just scaling the current methods, and there is also a path of what new discoveries do we make in those 2 years. But I would say like you said thinking for the last 2 years, where did we make the most progress, and whether we are improving on creative writing or on math and programming domains. And a lot of those questions are almost like you always have to follow the incentives. And right now there are huge incentives for the labs, obviously, to focus on programming and focus on using AI models for like automating knowledge work and kind of like in terms of creative writing, it's just the effort that it needs to make models very good at it. It's not super sure that the labs can justify those costs. Sometimes people are thinking, oh, certain domains are moving faster and certain domains are moving slower, but very often it is not bounded by research, but more bounded by economic incentives. And training models is very expensive, and the labs are whether it's apparent to the outside or not, very brutally economically optimizing for survival. Because if you are not the lab with the highest compute footprint, then you will die.
Yeah, this raises.
Yeah, if you're not the lab with the highest compute footprint, then you'll die. But then, where's the niche for neo labs, which definitely don't have as much compute?
Yeah. So there are some neo labs that succeed and become one of the largest companies, and they have they are able to secure compute like Anthropic did, which they did an amazing feat. But the question is how many companies were around that time that did it? Maybe 10, roughly 10. So if you think about it, it's 10% chance of securing that amount of compute. It's pretty amazing. I don't think we have seen yet a huge company with a lot of compute failing and completely falling behind. It does seem that if you have enough compute, you can keep bringing people in and keep reigniting it. Compute is enough of a strategic source that you can bring this in. And when I'm starting a company, I hear probably every week someone telling me, "Hey Jerry, it's so late. You have much less compute than others. There's no chance you will grow. The ladder is already up and the door has already been closed." But Anthropic did it, right? So I don't think it's impossible. And we like to say in our company, everything is a skill issue. If we do our job well, there surely will be paths to keep scaling and to keep securing more compute. Working with Sam, I have seen him for many years do things that anyone would seem they were impossible, and he would always figure out how to keep OpenAI scaling and how to keep securing more and more compute. So those things are obviously possible if you are good strategist and good and executing well and make it possible, but it's obviously not guaranteed, and it's meant to be hard.
Yeah. So another question that I have, because under your team section, you talk about how you're building a small lab to rethink neural network architecture from scratch. So this is something that almost certainly the big labs aren't incentivized to do financially because they depend on scaling their existing architectures. So how are you guys thinking about that? And what makes this a economically viable research direction for you guys?
Yes, in many ways, this is our most what I consider contrarian thesis, and I don't think it makes sense today, right now, to start a company doing the same as all other companies are doing. I think it's a pretty bad strategy to just hire a bunch of researchers and say we'll train the same transformers as OpenAI and Anthropic are doing and try to compete with them. It's a losing game, and they are very successful and very good companies at what we are doing. But if you look at any industry, if you look at any pace of innovation, do the planes we have today look like planes we had 5 years after the first flight? Do the computers we have today look like the first computers that were discovered?
Well, they have the same fundamentals, right?
They have the same fundamentals, but the technology undergoes a rapid change, and specifically rapid change in the early days of the field. So what I believe is true, that at this moment the bottleneck to faster growth, faster progress in the AI technology is the architecture itself, is the transformer. We've been riding this for many years. It's extremely successful. It is giving us a lot, but I think it's very, very likely there are better architectures that we can pour a lot of compute in, and they can give us something that transformer has a hard time doing. And that's specifically what core automation is focused about. There is even a slightly more prevalent thesis, maybe architecture is the means to how we want to achieve it, but the North Star is about models that learn at test time, models that learn from user interaction, from user data. And we think that the way to achieve is that through new architectures.
So, like, to what extent is the transformer even the same transformer? Like, we use all kinds of like different things now, like mixture of experts, like different positional encodings. Obviously, like much greater scale. Like, why go after the transformer architecture specifically when it's it's held up for like 10 years and presumably like some labs are working on much more efficient architectures all the time, and no one has been able to succeed at this. And it's one of the largest research efforts in history, like optimizing the transformer, making a better transformer. What's wrong with the transformer?
Yeah, I think if you look at the field, like again, transformer is great, but assuming that it is optimal is very unlikely. And you have to think, like you said, there were a lot of times and a lot of cases where people tried to replace transformers, and those mostly failed. And there were a lot of reasons. And like what we are looking is trying to find what were either the biases or the reasons that transformer ended up being the maximum of the specific set of techniques we have tried. And this is kind of like our research direction that we are trying to pursue. Understand the paths that we have like explored as a research domain, why they succeed, why they didn't succeed, analyze the paths that we didn't look for, and what were the bottlenecks. And we think that specifically AI agents and like the fact that coding has become drastically cheaper and drastically easier may be one of the unique unlocks that allow for easier experimentation in the new architectures,
right?
Because those experiments had a tendency to be very expensive, and then you had to scale new architectures. And the labs very much like I've been at OpenAI 7 years. Maybe we had, it depends how you count, 3-4 tries at that time for new architecture, because what you needed to do first, a researcher had to run some small scale experiment. Those were difficult to code. Then if those worked, then you had to like probably experiment for those at least for 3 months. Then you had to try to scale those up. Those are extremely hard. You had to probably get like 10 people buy into this specific idea. Those 10 people would have to like try to scale it for another 3 to 6 months. And then usually those ideas like either like just lost with the momentum of transformer that already worked, or kind of got integrated partially somehow. If we can remove the friction from that process, I believe we can actually unlock those progress better than it was done in the past.
Yeah. Well, what are some examples of either labs or different types of like architectures that are not transformers that are being considered or explored?
Like those are the things I cannot really talk about that
if it's
much.
IP, then
exactly. But like, in the recent times, we have had kind of like two types of models that were meaningfully used, which is transformers and diffusion models.
Yeah.
Diffusion obviously works on a very different methods, and it's also successful in some ways. The question is, what we are mostly trying to think, like what are the paths that weren't explored? What are the paths that people missed? And what are the things that the research community kind of didn't try to explore and try to see what are some combinations of fundamental principle ideas that could end up with something that is valuable and efficient to use in practice.
Yeah. So I'm curious about your sort of vision of the way that the economy shifts in the next like few years. You talk about how a lot of the existing conversation around AI assumes that existing institutions will operate more efficiently. Why do you challenge that? And what do you see about like new companies or institutions?
If we think where we are today in terms of AI deployment, it's almost, from a perspective of what it will be, it's almost non-existent. And already we can see today that the AI companies are some of the fastest growing, largest companies in the world, because in some ways we already know how much like knowledge economy, how much our work. And I had this kind of like a tweet about maybe all of us are neoclouds with a value add on top. We all have like some kind of like, chips in our head that can perform certain computations, and we all see how much like renting those chips for money is valuable, and how much it does add to the economy. And obviously AI will be like, fulfilling that. And AI has a lot of different trade-offs. There are a lot of ways in which we humans are good at. But if we think about it, what did we mostly were optimized for? What our hardware was designed for is like running in the trees, like trying to get bananas, trying to avoid predators. This is what like a lot of our circuitry is for. And we are not very good at chess, not very good at programming, because there was very little evolutionary pressure. It's almost amazing that like, through the process of optimizing from for jumping on trees, we can be pretty good at programming. But the kind of like the reason why AI models are that good at programming and kind of like not at other things, it's almost like the opposite. We are not very good at programming. Just programming is so valuable that that kind of we wanted to spend a lot of time using it, and transformers just have different trade-offs. And I very much believe that the way how we use like AI in information processing, in a way how we humans, like a lot of companies are like very distributed information processing systems with a lot of people in it, like taking decisions and thinking through every day, how do we operate better, how do we serve our customers better, how do we optimize processes we are doing. All those things will be driven by AI eventually. Like in some ways, a lot of like what economy does is like take inputs and optimize and provide valuable outputs with it in the best way. And there are, if you look at any organization and any like the notion of bureaucracy is often like we think that this is what kills a lot of progress, what makes a lot of things very slow. And this is what AI can like cut through if we put AI into more and more ways. How do we optimize how we run companies?
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think are the alignment implications, though, of having models that basically like learn directly and that get very good at like specific skills, rather than what we have now, which are like pretty corrigible, kind of pliable language models that are drawn from the human prior, trained on vast amounts of human data, understand human preferences very intimately, and so generally most of the time are well behaved. Like it seems like just doing like RL to discover like hyper optimization algorithms is how you get like the paperclip maximizer.
I already would say that the Hugging Face like incident model wasn't very well behaved. So like even today's models, we see that like not all of them are behaving well, and it largely comes from the environment design. If we have those environments that are poorly designed that allow for reward hacking, then the model like learns that reward hacking is good. It's almost like we have students in school where cheating gets you ahead, then students cheat more, like every time the incentives matter. But the alignment problem, it obviously is hard. It is a hard problem. What I think we are finally getting to the place where we see models are playing more and more important part in our lives, and people are starting to care about alignment. We think like there aren't really many places where the models are in charge today, which is very good. We are still in a behind the steering wheel. We tell them a lot about like, this is what I want you to do, please do it for me. But obviously in chatbot era, we had a lot of those times when people were sitting in front of them all, "Hell, tell me, I have this problem with my girlfriend. What do I do? I have this situation at work. What do I do?" Those are probably the alignment problems of yesterday, and we did pretty good job there. Like it's always hard to be perfect, but I think it is pretty decent, and I would say it wasn't even that hard. Obviously, there is a longer term question of like free laws of robotics, right? The question about alignment is always alignment to whom, right? If a person asks Mol to do something that other people would not be very happy about, like do we allow it? Do we not? It's a stance of a lot of the AI labs and people who are explicitly anti-open source, because the person who has open weights and could fine-tune them all could make them all align to themselves and not to anyone else, which may be good, maybe bad, but like in some ways we are the creators of the AI, and we determine like what this AI is doing. There isn't in AI anything that we don't try to do. So the question is mostly what do we train it for? What do we build it into? And the other important part is like every AI that we deploy like needs to have some monitoring, needs to be we need to be layers of checks. Is this AI doing the right things? Is the AI doing things we want it to be doing? Because it is really, really bad precedent, really bad optics if people say, hey, the mall has been running from 3 days and hacking some companies and we only discovered later. This is not how it is, not how it should be.
Do you think it's plausible that there is no objective alignment, and that there will just be like hosts of different models, and then certain people align to certain models, like they sort of choose different schools of thought of alignment, as opposed to there just being one across the board aligned model?
As long as I live in this world, I haven't ever seen perfect alignment in humans.
Yeah.
So if you ask what humans want, almost everyone will tell you something different. Like there are some universal values. Everyone wants to be safe. Everyone wants to be well fed and have friends. At least vast majority of people. But beyond that, political views differ. Views on the future differ. So obviously, in terms of us in the Western world, we believe in democratic system, and we think that this is a good way to structure society, and in some way probably figuring out how we can use that to both drive AIs and make sure we are in a world where AIs have kind of a plural values, and we can we can ideally have access to AIs with different viewpoints and with different perspectives, and naturally people should be able to maybe even choose. In some way I also see those as optimization functions. But I am the most scared, and some of those we have seen in the days of 4.0 is AI using that a little bit and exploiting human psychology for their advantage. This is one of the Black Mirror scenarios that is still possible. And another thing that's everyone developing AIs, we should count on taking really good care of. And I'm really proud of OpenAI after seeing what 4.0 did. Really corrected hard for it, even sacrificing a lot of business for that purpose. Which it's nothing is easy in this world. But I think OpenAI took the right trade, and we all should be grateful, because it could have been much worse if it didn't.
Right.
Yeah. I love how people talk about the days of 4.0.
The days, yes.
It's like thunder booming
the
overhead.
Dark Ages.
Yeah.
Well, it was both an experiment, and it's good to experiment while things are still not very scary, but also good show for my company to correct those things. But it's definitely it's not this problem has been solved forever.
Yeah.
So you said that we think the next wave of frontier research will come from small teams with highly capable agents. To what extent are big labs already kind of small teams, in the sense that there are a few people within them who are really driving research progress forward, and many other people around are sort of helpers, like sub-agents, kind of, obviously doing very valuable work, but not
getting called a sub-agent.
No, actually, an OpenAI researcher told me this himself. He was there are a few people at the company. There are maybe 50 people in the world, he said, 30 to 50 people in the world who really understand how the transformer and how a frontier model is trained and served end to end. And these people are immensely valuable, and all of us are basically helpers to these people. So to what extent are big labs already kind of small teams?
I generally, this is true, right? I think there are very few people in the world who understand those systems end to end and who know how to develop them. Generally, it is how how teams have worked and how the labs have worked. They are like leads people like driving the direction where research goes, and there's a whole machine of execution in it. But organizing the work of a lot of people, as you know, it's a delicate process, it's a difficult process, and in many ways there is the larger group of people needs to do something. In some way, when you need to go through levels of hierarchy, that your ability to transform information through that levels of hierarchy diminishes. So you need to give like simpler and simpler instructions if they have to travel to more and more people, because it's harder to do, which is like a kind of like human communication problem. Another thing is alignment. The larger group of people is, the more you kind of like collapse on the most obvious thing to do, because it's harder to convince larger group of people to do something like contrarian, to do something that is not the most like the most obvious thing to do, which is like that's what I think. If you want to take a contrarian bet and want to give like very specific detailed instructions, that sometimes figuring out how to use a lot of agents and AI that can do that can just literally change the dynamic of the team itself, versus like the old way of work before the agents could do that.
Yeah.
And if you automate enough of a firm, which you talked about wanting to do at Core Auto, then you get like a fully automated firm eventually, which our favorite book, Age of M by Robin Hanson, talks about a lot.
Yeah.
What do you think would be the effects on the economy if AI labs become fully automated, and then if all companies eventually become fully automated?
Yeah. And I guess like another question that kind of goes with that is, do you think that big companies can be automated in the same way that like very small companies will be very soon able to be?
Yes, I think like almost the process of automating companies probably should start from bigger companies rather than smaller companies, because they have. It's always whenever you are deploying a new technology, you try to think where you can provide the most value, where you can provide the most edge. And I think the largest companies have the most bureaucracy, and the difficulty of transferring information through the org charter is the most difficult, which those are some of the things that we can do. But it's easy to say from today that it's perspective of science fiction, but I do think like automated companies in some way is the like how the world will look like in a positive way if we don't destroy what we have, and if we like use AI to provide the most value. In some ways, like we as humanity have worked for hundreds of thousands of years to have what we do. We domesticated animals, we built houses, we dug metals from the ground, we started smelting it, we started like laying cables, we built information processing infrastructure, and our life was getting easier and easier through it, and our lives was getting safer, we were getting healthier, we are better fed, because we're building our environment more and more to serve us and to serve our needs. This is kind of what we are doing, and this is our success as a species. And being able, like we still need to do a whole lot of labor. We still need to work to provide like various needs and services in the economy as it is, and like making sure those things are happening by AI is just removes another set of things we have to be doing. Like, do we really want to be like grinding all day every day to do those things? A lot of us kind of derive a lot of value and a lot of self-worth from working, but at the same time, like at some moment we have to try to like disconnect from that notion, because there is a world where we don't have to labor, so that the value that we want is still being generated. What if all the mines that mine metal in the world were like operated autonomously and just provided us what we need, right? Yeah. What if all the all the software that we are using just was getting better. All the bugs were being fixed. All the features that we wanted being implemented without someone had to sweat and like take late nights and miss their kids' rehearsal for those things. Like in the end, this is the future that it is for us. There's a lot of ways in which we can shape it, but the fact that we have to work so that the world turns is an assumption that is not necessary.
Yeah, I still think there would be something, though, that looks akin to like a leisure economy that would have an infinite market size that would just increase over time. Like, you know,
like watching Instagram Reels.
Yeah, exactly. So Instagram Reels is kind of like the proto environment for this. Yeah. No, it would sort of be like you can imagine that there would be like sort of an infinitely expanding market for like Instagram Reels, content creation in virtual reality, and then tech that augments humans themselves. So like we have like, you mentioned before, like a certain set architecture, but who's to say that we're bound by the architecture? So eventually the focus of like a lot of economic activity would probably be, like human augmentation as well. So I don't sort of believe that there's like an end to labor, or the labor becomes purely cognitive or creative.
Yeah, it's a good question. I was hypothesizing a little bit. How does post-labor life look like? And maybe I was projecting my own desires, but I was kind of like imagining one world in which we kind of live like Greek philosophers, in which we meet at the plaza and discuss philosophy with each other for the day, and exercise and do kind of like things we would want to do, and eat olives and drink wine.
Wrestling.
Exactly. I could imagine life being like that. The other version of what I think what post AGI life could be is like high school, where like high school,
like college.
It's this or like college, where I think like there should be some human pursuit of greatness. Like we should be learning. We should be both trying to be great physically and mentally. Like this is what we should be striving for, and that's the important part for us. Like kind of professional sports is a little bit like that of there's no like economic reason to do it, but we are trying to go for greatness, and that's one way of that pursuit, and we kind of like should find various ways to do that in the next world where there is no like nothing that if we don't do that the world collapses, because the world will just keep running on the infrastructure we've already built.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a backstory question in our last few minutes. You helped lead the development of the O series models, O1, O3, and so on at Openai. Like, what was the story behind this? This was like one of the, I think, biggest breakthroughs in the last few years of AI. Like Epoch AI did this study where they found that like the trajectory of AI on the Epoch Capabilities Index, given reasoning models, was like greater than what it would have been without. It was like the only such inflection in the last few years. So it's one of the most important things that's happened. Like, what's the story behind it? Like, how did this breakthrough get like developed?
In many ways, me, myself, but also many other people believed for a long time that large-scale reinforcement learning is a necessary element on the path to AGI. It's just none of us knew how to do it. Even when I joined OpenAI, because I have seen the DQN results from DeepMind, I've seen the first reinforcement learning agents trained on Atari games, and I said, this is what I want to be doing. I need to find a company, I need to find people where I can do this with. I joined OpenAI. I've seen the first Ilias keynote, all-hands speech about OpenAI's research agenda, where he said we need to train a gigantic generative model on all the data that we can, and then we need to train with reinforcement learning. This is what he said beginning of 2019, which he obviously always sees further than anyone else, and he already predicted everything until today. So that kind of like roadmap was there, but we always like were trying to think how do we do it, and I've been always like trying to do it. I just when the GPT-3 started trained, the first thing I did, I tried to, how do we do reinforcement learning with it? We went, the first codex was a child of our experimentation with large language models and reinforcement learning, but we couldn't really scale it. We didn't have the right data, we didn't have the right algorithms, we didn't have the right setup. Then like as research always comes, we've been trying to explore, and I genuinely mean here all of people at OpenAI believing in reinforcement learning. We're trying to explore what are the missing bits. How do we build the right environments? How do we build the right algorithms? How do we find the right things? And like those were kind of like cooking in the background. None of those for a long time. None of those paid huge gains, although from time to time we were seeing various glimmers. In a place like OpenAI, always do a lot of different like research bets, and they are somewhere there in the background, but they are largely driven by people who believe this is something that will eventually work, and let's keep pushing. Specifically, the work of programming and work of coding was always like advancing and always very related to reinforcement learning, because again, coding is a good source of reward and of giving you a direction for your optimization. And then there was just this magical moment where we had like some signs of life. They weren't yet super great, but there was already something that was kind of maybe working, where Jakub, the chief scientist, said, hey Jerry, now we have those GPUs, and then try to figure out if we can start scaling this, if we can start taking the results that we have like bigger and better. And in some way, this is the source of it. And every research direction has this chicken and egg problem. How much results do you need to show versus how much GPUs do you get? Mm-hmm. Everyone hears about the fights for compute in all the labs, but sometimes someone from leadership saying, hey, I would like you to have like sizable compute allocation to go for it is all that it needs. Because I don't think we had like that much earlier on, but even that bit of belief that, hey, try to scale it up made me and everyone else from our team much more excited. Okay, let's try to do like triple effort right now to try to make sure that those methods we've been developing actually will start working. And then we start thinking, what kind of data set do we need? What kind of systems do we need? What are the missing bits in the algorithm? What are the set of experiments that we need to do to be able to prove that we can keep scaling? The excitement grew, and from that excitement came the experimental results. They were teaching us. They created momentum. From those experimental results came the next experimental results. Everything in research is generally iterative, but through creating this moment of we want to be able to put more compute into reinforcement learning, to us scaling reinforcement learning through multiple orders of magnitude and getting it to where it is today, it's like in some way that's that story in a nutshell.
Interesting. So final question before we have to wrap. What kind of product can we expect out of Core Automation?
It's a good question. Like what ideally I would be making as a product is like the blueprint for automated company. We want to create this our company as the world's most automated company, and ideally I would like to work with other companies and tell them, hey, this is what we built for ourselves. This is what works for us. Here I can help you become much more efficient with the use of AI for what we've learned building this company. In many ways, agents and like AI labor will be probably the biggest market ever, and we want to figure out how to like participate in that market. And I am more thinking on it from a perspective of company level AI rather than individual level AI. If we can build something that is like a company brain that centralizes all the company information, and that like various people connect through like through a terminal, become user to a company AI. This is what we'd like to do.
Yeah. The company is the product.
The company is the product. Well, we're really excited to see what Core Automation comes up with. Jerry, thanks so much for joining us on MTS.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
We're happy to be here.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
And we're back. We're live with Oliver Traldi, who is an assistant professor at the University of Toledo, who studies epistemology, political belief, liberal institutions. He's seen a lot of AI in the academy. This is a major topic of the moment with Pangram in particular. Oliver, welcome to MTS.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So I guess we could start with Pangram. For the last few years, we've had pretty unreliable, pretty bad AI detectors. Now we have a actually good AI detector that actually works. And so how does this meaningfully change academic integrity?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot. So I think Pangram has gotten so popular that people are starting to question just how reliable it is. And there's all these questions about, how bad is like a false positive if you accuse somebody of using AI. It's like a little bit, we're in sort of unknown territory because it's not clear even what would be the punishment for using AI, what would be the consequences. And so a false accusation, it's not clear what would come from that. Having Pangram is really good for us academics in dealing with each other's work. So you may see on Twitter, basically every day there's at least one article that I just flag with Pangram, and I'm like, this looks like AI. I see the tells, and I'm just going to use Pangram to like verify my intuition, right? Yeah. Now the unfortunate part is that I think it's not going to make a big difference with students, and the reason is just because I don't think students who use AI, I mean, this is the same way it's always been with students who plagiarize or take shortcuts in general. Students who use AI are not going to be it's not going to be hard to spot usually, right? Like I got an email from a student that said, "Dear Professor Name." So it's just like obvious that it's AI. The difficult part, I think, was always going to be there's all this bureaucracy that's involved in accusing a student of something. And I think increasingly professors are just going to say, it's not, even with a reliable tool, it's not going to be worth it. So probably like the college essay is probably done as a genre. So like college students, for the most part, won't write essays anymore, except maybe in class with like pen and paper. So that change I expect to be pretty consistent across higher ed within a few years, I would say.
Yeah. How often do students submit to you essays that are like obviously complete clod slop?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I wasn't teaching last year, but I can tell you the impressions that I get from colleagues who are teaching and still assigning essays in other departments. I would say virtually all of them in virtually every class have at least a few. So it's like definitely wider spread than say plagiarism was among undergrads. You do read sometimes these stories. So there was a story from Brown where this professor was convinced that like half his students had used AI on a take-home midterm, and so he gave an in-class final, and he just did something where he compared the grades of all the different students and was able to basically establish at least some evidence that they used AI that way. I think it's not clear what we're supposed to do once we realize this, whether we should, I don't know, like try to kick these students out. I don't think that's probably right. That's probably not the right way to approach things. Or whether we have to change our teaching methods, just do everything in class. Then I also think, there's this other question of, I was just at an orientation here in Toledo, and they're big on, you want to familiarize your students with AI because obviously they're going to be using it in the workplace. So you want them to become sort of fluent in it. So some professors will try to develop these assignments where it's like, have AI generate a piece of writing, but then you come to office hours and like critique it or something like that. So it's sort of like you have to engage with it in some way. And I think that might be more promising. But I think in general, you're going to see returns to things like in-class essays, oral exams, and in general, much more immediate ways of evaluating people, which have their own drawbacks, right? But I think you've seen similar things, and I only know this from seeing tweets, but, I see friends who are software engineers saying things like, I went back and started trying to code something myself and I've like forgotten how, right? I don't know if people who've had this experience.
Yeah, I've had this experience.
Yeah. So I think that's part of the worry that we have in education, that people are just going to, are going to lose the skills which we're actually trying to teach. And even if they don't lose their skills, for me, when I was coding, I was like 8 or 10 years old, and it was just something where I would like zone in, or I guess you would say lock in, and you would just sort of lock in for like an entire day, and you'd like forget to eat, and you'd be like, here's my big project. And of course I was 10, so it was something stupid like making a red line flip around or something in Visual Basic, some ridiculous programming language like that. But you would basically lock in for hours and hours at a time. And I think there's a general worry that the habit of locking in may be lost soon, because it's sort of not in the nature of dealing with AI tools to have to lock in and sort of do something yourself.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. What do you think are going to be like some of the more profound impacts of AI in the education system that people are not thinking about? I mean, obviously, like there's going to be more attempted academic dishonesty. People are going to be going back to essays as opposed to relying on the honor system. Like what else?
So I've talked a lot about the negatives, but I can also talk about the positives. And I think you see this in math, obviously. AI, what I found when I was trying to do a big writing project with AI, which I think was a mixed bag, but it has this incredible synthetic ability. That's not to say that it doesn't have creative abilities, but one of the threads I saw about the math proofs, it was basically suggesting one of the things the AI can do is any sort of proof technique that's ever been used in like any subfield of math by any person, it can just sort of abstract and then apply to a new subfield. So there's just all this, what to the AI is low-hanging fruit that just comes from it being able to read everything that's ever been written. So the project I did with AI, I noticed there's no like big text on urban versus rural politics, which is obviously a big theme of contemporary American politics, contemporary European politics. And I was like, let me see if AI can do this. And so I started off by saying, just give me a rundown of all the theories that have ever been given about differences between urban and rural politics, why urbanites tend to be more liberal, rural people tend to be more conservative, and so on. And it trawled like hundreds of articles, in basically every country on Earth, studies that were, all of these different methodologies, all different subfields in the academy, and so it had a level of synthetic knowledge that no human would ever achieve, because it's just reading in a lot of different areas, right? And I think very few people think of the AI this way as like a kind of Renaissance man, but it's something that it's capable of being. It's capable of being an entity that's actually just read everything. And so it was able to say, like, look, here's this theory, and here's some evidence from 18th century China, and here's this theory, and here's some evidence from ancient Rome, right? And here's something that happened in a novel, here's something that happened in a movie, right? So that's something that I think has been very, the capacities of that, I think, have not even been touched yet by many people in academia, especially in the humanities and social sciences, whatever the drawbacks of it might be.
How is AI helpful specifically in philosophy, academic philosophy?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think philosophy is an area where we're still sort of trying to figure out what use we can make of it and what use we want to make of it. The most common thing I've heard is that people will sort of run their ideas by AI, but whatever AI that, whatever LLM or whatever they're using. in a just sort of like in the same way you might run it by like, here's something I was thinking. What do you think of this argument? Or here's a puzzle. What do you think of this puzzle? It can be very good, because it has this synthetic ability. It can be very good as a research assistant. So if you say, here's an argument I want to make, it can find an article that's already made that argument. That can be a bit of a downer, obviously, sometimes if you wanted to have an original idea. But in terms of sort of having a conversation with you and also helping you participate in a conversation other people are having, I think it can be a useful tool. The things I've found, there are also some things I've found that it can't quite do yet. I think it can sometimes sort of fall back on philosophical cliches sometimes, which obviously if you want to do like new philosophy, it won't. That's not what you want in that situation. And maybe this isn't obvious, but as in terms of actually writing something, you're going to want to do that yourself still in terms of the current capacities, just because in general, it's going to have a kind of the kind of AI cleverness and the tics and things like that are generally not going to provide the level of clarity that you want in philosophy. So it's sort of a helping tool, a thinking tool, and obviously an incredibly good researcher. That's the way I would characterize it. But I would also say, like, for the humanities, I think I'm I think I'm more pro AI than a lot of people. Like I know some people who are just like, if anybody ever touches AI, it's like it's poison. I never want to read anything they write again. I never want to hear anything they say again. And I have some very smart friends who say this. My friend Greg Conti at Princeton, I think, believes roughly that, like, even for things like, saying something like writing an email that's like, sorry, I got sick, I can't be at this meeting. He thinks even that should not be done with AI because there's something like you sort of lose your humanity somewhere. I can't always quite make sense of those arguments. But I think the main thing you want to avoid in philosophy is you don't want to defer to the AI. You don't want to say, well, the AI came up with this idea, that makes it a good idea. You don't want to say, well, the AI thinks this is a good argument, that makes it a good argument. You still have to add your judgment. You have to use your judgment. And ultimately, the judgments that we make are what the AI has been trained on. So you're sort of defecting somehow, game theoretically, if you don't continue to have some independent judgment. That's what I think.
Has AI ever produced an output in philosophy or a similar field that made you think like, wow, like this is actually really good. Like this is as good as a smart, student or maybe even a smart professor could have done with sufficient time?
Yeah, I think I would say in specific genres. So I know people who use that for like peer review. And I actually I received a peer review once that I'm almost like, let's say 99% sure was AI. It came up on Pangram as AI. It had some ticks. And in some ways it was the best peer review I ever got because it was just like, the AI read my paper instantly and understood it instantly. And was able to make some critiques that I think some humans might have missed. The review also had some flaws, which I think of as being characteristically AI. So, it had an attitude of sort of being like, well, why don't you do these 10 other things? That'll be easy. And like, yeah, it would be easy for an LLM, but it's going to be hard for a human. I think I've given it, so when I've come up with like in-class essay topics, I've run them by AI, and invariably the AI says at least one really cool thing in the answer. Not like life-changing, not in terms of like research philosophy, but just in terms of like, if you say, read these two papers and compare them, it'll have some interesting thing to say compared to like your average undergrad for sure. But I don't know. I know there are people who are trying to write philosophy papers with AI at the level of like research, And I don't know if there's any of those that have really hit like a world-class level. Certainly not at the level of the stuff you see in math. Yeah.
Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. So, what do you think about? Should we get into this? What do you think about the implications of the whole Jason Arday affair for academia? Like, it seems like really bad for especially British and European academia, right? Almost no way around that.
Yeah. I mean, I think one thing I'll say is it's because we already have these challenges around AI and figuring out what to do with AI. I think it was a bad moment for the Arday stuff to happen. You know, it's always bad when somebody prominent and successful turns out to have, you know, cheated or lied somehow to get what they have. It's bad, I think, for social cohesion. I think it's demoralizing. I think at least some people get the sense, you know, my effort was wasted. There was no point in me making an effort. I think that it's also bad in terms of sort of cohesion among academics. So there's just a lot of academic infighting over it at a time when we have other challenges as an industry, so to speak. So yeah, I think it was very, very bad timing for it. I don't quite know how to translate the British academic. So one thing I know, British academics have to produce a lot of papers. I think they have more like set like numerical standards. So you see a lot of like very mediocre papers coming out of British academics. So that was probably part of the pressure on Arday, that, you know, he had to have a lot of these papers, and a lot of them turned out very poorly. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly not good for us. And I think the worst part is the people whose reaction is like, well, you know, everybody does this, or this means that our standards are too high, or something like that. Like the last thing academia needs right now is to abandon intellectualism. I mean, like that's like it's hard to know what else we would have in that case. Like, what would even be the point of us existing? And this is, I think, you know, I think academics don't realize like how perilous the situation might be for universities. You know, like I'm sure you know people like this out there. Like if you're a smart 18-year-old, there's a question of like, is a university the right place to spend my time? Or should I just skip it? Should I just skip it because it's all bullshit, right?
Yeah.
This isn't really, you know, 20 years ago, there was no Teal Fellowship. There weren't anything like this, right? This was not a conversation that was normal to have. And I think the more academics double down, just the worse we're going to look in comparison with just every other industry, every other place that attracts smart people. You know, I think young people are going to look at what we do and say, well, I can just ask an AI to do that. And so we need to figure out what our actual value proposition is. And I think we need to do it pretty quickly. But the R-Day scandal, I mean, what scandals like this really attack is the sense that like academia is full of the people who actually know things, whereas, you know, these other areas, they're full of fakers. You know, this is our self-mythology that like politics is full of people who propagandize, and, you know, tech and other businesses are just full of people trying to make money and things like that. Whereas academia, that's where like the people who are really trying to get it right, that's where we go. And it just like isn't really the case right now. And in fact, I think, if anything, the impression most people have is that academia is a place where people are sort of sheltered from the consequences of being wrong. Whereas like if you're in tech and you're wrong about the demand for your app, then your startup will shut down, right? And if you're in academia and your article is wrong, it turns out nobody reads it anyway, right? So it's just, you end up with tenure, and then you're even more protected.
Yeah.
So I think we really need to be thinking about these things. We really need to be thinking about what standards should there be in academia that will make us the sort of people who are providing some value to society and that will allow us to survive sort of as a guild through the, the coming, whatever. I'm sure, the coming things that I'm sure you talk about with a lot of other guests where AI continues to improve. And I saw your thing with deep fates about the AIs are reading all the mean things we're saying about them, the ecology thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, given my interests and demeanor, I think like 50 years ago, I totally would have become a professor. And now it's like the calculus is just so poor where it's like you have to work for like, a decade doing like a grad degree and then post grad and then like working your way up to tenure track. And even when you are tenured, like you don't make that much money. And so instead of becoming a professor, I became like a venture capital backed live streamer and Twitter poster.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's just very hard to say. I probably shouldn't say this as a professor, but it's just like very hard to explain why that would have been the wrong choice. It's hard to know what we would add to somebody who is able to get those sorts of opportunities without, going to grad school and things like that.
Brian Kaplan says this all the time.
Yeah. Well, Brian Kaplan has been saying this for a while. So Kaplan has this great, I'm sure you know this, but the thing I always quote from Kaplan, he says, at college, you have to show your ID to get into the gym, but you don't have to show your ID to get into class. So he thinks that shows that
that's so true. Actually,
class is like not where the value proposition is, and I don't know what would change that. I have been at programs where there was a lot of demand, but also often, right now, a lot of the most successful programs in higher ed are highly subsidized. There's a lot of scholarships and things like that because we have to compete more financially. There's also always this constant how is this going to pay off? Philosophy advertises itself by saying, philosophers do well in tech because of logic. So we advertise ourselves basically piggybacking off of tech or law or some other field. So I think we have to answer these questions. And I think the people who, regardless of the circumstances around some event, and obviously it's very tragic that a man took his own life.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have to think about just sort of like what impression do we give when we circle the wagons, and what are we actually communicating about how seriously we take our enterprise and what we think people are able to get out of it, and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this has been super interesting. AI will have tremendous impacts on academia as with everything else. So, Oliver Charlie, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we are joined by Evan Conrad, who's the co-founder and CEO of the San Francisco Compute Company, which operates GPU clusters in a cloud for buying and reselling compute. And today, he joins us to explain what the compute market is actually telling us and where the real scarcity is moving. So, Evan, welcome to MTS.
Howdy. How goes it?
It goes well. Howdy back to you as well.
It goes.
I like how the San Francisco Compute Company was one of the first companies pioneering this genre of names that
SFCC.
kind of call back to like company names from 100 years ago.
You can thank Nick Arner for that, if you happen to have ever met Nick Arner. He is the person who came up with the name of the company. I wish I could take credit, but we were originally this AI lab called JuneLark. Then we bought too big of a GPU cluster, and then we were forced to sublease it or go bankrupt. And our little website where you could buy our subleased cluster from was called San Francisco Compute, because Nick Arner was sitting in like a nearby, and because we were all like mooching off of another company's office. Yeah,
I like the name. It reminds me of a legacy ship or something, or you have some big room or all of that. Anyway, can we talk a little bit about what San Francisco Compute Company does? What is your company?
So we're a supercomputing company. We build data centers. We put GPU clusters in those data centers. We then sell those GPU clusters on contracts or on leases that you can sublease. And we do this because originally we were an AI lab that basically was forced to sublease or go bankrupt. And so the way that we do that is we build an order book in which one customer can buy and sell from another customer. And this makes it so that if you're buying like a big chunk of capacity, most people are making a bet on the future. They're saying like, I'm going to buy this 3 to 5 year contract. And if I'm wrong, my company's over. We make it so if you buy from us, your company is not over. You don't become like Stability AI or something. You can actually continue to succeed. So this is like the same problem for us as like little JuneLark when we were the 2-person AI lab, but it's also the same problem like an XAI had. XAI got out of their situation because they owned the GPU cluster. And so they could kind of do anything they want with it. But many clouds don't let you sublease at all. It's like baked into the contract. And if they do let you sublease, they'll let you sublease like the next hour, not like walk in the door one day, buy a 3-year contract, walk out the door next day, sell that entire 3-year contract to somebody else, and never take that risk. That's what we do.
Yeah, this reminds me of a Dylan Patel tweet from a few days ago where he said, "God damn it, every one of my AI founder friends who actually have revenue are now just transforming into neoclouds with value add on top." And then Jerry Turek, who we just had on MTS like an hour ago, quote tweeted it and said, "One day we'll realize we're all just neoclouds with a value add on top." Is this like kind of the origin story of SF Compute?
I mean, we are a neocloud with a value add on top. So yeah, kind of. But I think we were a neocloud with a value add on top well before other people's neoclouds with a value add on top.
Yeah, but will a lot of neo labs transition into this business model?
So I think there's different reasons why people are trying to buy their own capacity. One of them is that people are worried about the residual value risk that they're taking on. If they sign up for a lease, they don't have the ability to capture any of that residual value. Basically, if you bought the GPU cluster and you bet wrong, like you don't actually need it, hopefully you could at least sell that GPU cluster to somebody else. And I think this is a problem in the current market. And the problem is basically the thing we're trying to solve, which is you should be able to get a cluster from a GPU cloud that will actually manage and operate it for you and offer all the rest of the services. Like you shouldn't have to build an infrastructure team in order to do whatever it is you're doing. But the problem with that is purely financial. And so we try to solve that financial problem for people.
But the current way that the economics works for buying all of this compute benefits the people who's building the compute. You want people to lock in these 10-year long contracts with maybe an older GPU, and then in 10 years from now, they have a guaranteed what their revenues will be. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah, we would say your margin is our opportunity. And we do a business model that will probably end up making a smaller cloud, but one that is bigger than the cloud that we have today and better for the customer.
Which customers specifically? All customers?
We think this affects all customers. Our basic position is that right now, pretty much every AI lab, or really anybody buying GPUs, is acting like WeWork. They're buying long-term capacity and they're selling short-term capacity, and they're taking on the liability of that later chunk of capacity that they're buying. If you don't have a way to hedge that risk or to get out of that risk, if you don't have a liquidity on that, you are betting the farm on whether or not you think things are going to go like this or go like this. Like, you're basically just betting on the depreciation, or you're betting on how quickly you can scale demand. And that is a very dangerous bet.
Yeah. Let's go into what Dwarkesh was also saying. He was arguing that compute could be 10 times more expensive as AI gets more valuable. Do you buy that?
10 times more expensive. So I think compute is probably going to get more expensive. What we've seen on our side is prices rising across the supply chain very quickly, and often in a way that is shocking to customers. It's shocking for us too. I think pretty much all the data center capacity that could be bought at any reasonable scale has pretty much been bought. And so now we are off to build new capacity. And that simply is a physical process that has to take a while to do. I think as you start to increase the prices of your outputs from compute, so like the tokens, you'll run into limits from simply the customer does not have any more money. So there are customers today who are spending like $1 billion a year on tokens. Those people have $900 million to try and figure out how to spend only $100 million on tokens. And so I think you might see a bunch of people trying to find all sorts of other reasons how to get their prices down on tokens before they necessarily get into the prices of compute. As in, like, I think people will turn from big labs if the big labs can't already like bring the prices down themselves. But ultimately, after you have done that, then yeah, I think the prices of compute will go up.
So another theme from the Dylan and Dwarkesh podcast that they did today was Dylan's core claim basically is that OpenAI and Anthropic started this year with about 2 gigawatts of compute each, and by the end of the year they'll have something like 5 or slightly more gigawatts of compute. So they're going to absorb like a third of the compute added this year. Based on already signed deals, this share will rise to something more like 40 or 50% next year. And because new chips are more efficient per watt, OpenAI and Anthropic by the end of next year will control most of the world's usable flops. So do you think this is true?
So one of the things that's hard about figuring out who has which compute is there's a lot of double counting, because perhaps you could say Microsoft has this compute, and actually Microsoft might be selling to a large lab under the hood. So that causes a bit of like concern when you're trying to figure that out. I guess maybe, yeah. So is the question basically like, will OpenAI and Anthropic simply have all the compute?
Yeah, or at least most of the compute.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
On the other end, you also have something like NVIDIA, where they're doubling down on their open source models. They just did a big investment in Poolside, and they're having hundreds of engineers join them. And now they're controlling the models. They're also controlling the compute. Do you see players who own the compute and maybe acquire, acqui-hire, or invest in these frontier models also being a winner here?
I don't know why necessarily you would. I don't think it is a good idea in the current market to try and invest heavily in talent instead of compute. I think a lot of people haven't woken up to auto research as just an early thing that probably will just take off. I mean, I could be wrong. Like maybe I'm overplaying this here. But my impression is that you're going to get the models themselves that will train the models. And so having the talent to do it doesn't really seem like the limiting factor in the way that it used to be. And so what I would think would happen instead is everyone is going to train models, because training models will be something that the agent does in the background, or something that you simply ask the agent to do and it runs off and does that. And then the question becomes like, do you have the rest of the resources to train the models, which is like the data sets, the evals, and the compute. And in that case, I think a good portion of that is simply a cost of capital game or access to resources that you already have. In which case, many of the companies who are currently buying the tokens on the other side have good credit. They've got large balance sheets. They've got the ability to deploy capital at relatively large scale. And then there's a bunch of other players who you might not think of as like a Fortune 500, but simply just have very large balance sheets that are able to deploy here, who I think will get involved. But our impression is that right now, OpenAI and Anthropic look like... our impression is not that OpenAI and Anthropic will eat the world. It's that everyone will look like OpenAI and Anthropic. That's simply the way that companies work now. And the more you can do to replicate what they're doing, the more you are like ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean look like OpenAI and Anthropic?
I think every single company in the world that is of any meaningful scale will look like a frontier lab. Like I think there is this belief right now that the large labs have like won it all, and because they've got this like they're so good, and obviously the technology that they have is so much farther ahead of everybody that they're going to like have this compounding advantage. And I think the default assumption of that is assuming that like and nobody else will do anything. Like everyone else like will see this coming, but they will simply have no ability to solve this problem. And I think this kind of made sense when you thought that the bottleneck was there's like 100 people and they know how to train the models, and that's the hardest part. Or you thought like, man, the problem is compute. The problem of compute is credit. It's trying to figure out how to actually scale up those clusters. And OpenAI and Anthropic are not unique to having credit. In fact, they don't have as good of credit as other people. And so if you assume that the problem is not the researchers, that problem's basically gone away the moment you got to auto research, then what you should assume is that pretty much every other company is going to swap the way they work to look like a frontier lab. That is simply how companies of the future will operate. It won't be OpenAI and Anthropic take the whole world. It's that everyone's OpenAI and Anthropic now. That's how you make a company now.
Well, if OpenAI and Anthropic get to auto research first and build like AGI or superintelligence before anyone else, like how will anyone else?
There's not enough credit. There's not enough capital. There's more capital in the world than just OpenAI and Anthropic, and that's the bottleneck. The bottleneck isn't like this. You can't compound because other people have resources, and they can also do that, and they have more resources than you do.
I guess my understanding is it wasn't just necessarily the credit. Like even a company like Anthropic and OpenAI are they're newer, and so they don't even have the same balance sheets as something like Google or something that's been just around for decades and decades.
Correct.
And so the way that my understanding of the way it works is they're not even getting the loans themselves. They're making these deals and then going through back channels to get the loans so that they have the capital for it. So
they're doing credit wrappers. They've got some other backstop to the clusters that they're going for. That will probably change over time. So Anthropic and OpenAI, they're rushing to go public, and they'll become larger, bigger institutions that will be rated higher, and so they will eventually become investment grade. However, lots of other people are already investment grade, and lots of other people are kind of like looking at the situation, and you're saying like, oh, you're telling me that all my business is going away, Anthropic and OpenAI are going to eat everything, and also that the bottleneck here is OpenAI and Anthropic's credit?
Yeah.
Like, fuck no. Like, can I swear on this?
Yeah. Of course you can. It's a live show.
No, obviously. No, there's like trillions of dollars that is not simply going to lie down and stay there. Like, well, you like compound your way, like whatever. No, like, obviously these people are all going to become frontier labs. Like every single one of them, like every major company is going to transition into becoming a frontier lab or die. And totally, like a lot of them will die. Like I think this is a very reasonable case that people simply cannot move quick enough. But obviously, like what?
But wouldn't then all the capital or all the power accrue to maybe the vendors who can actually be the guarantor for a loan or something like that? If it's all a capital bottleneck and you're trying to be strategic about how you get your capital to buy more compute?
This is already kind of happening with NVIDIA, right?
So I think there's two questions in there. One question is like, one claim in there is like, does this mean that capital is rewarded really effectively in this transition? And I think the answer is yes. And I also think that's just default true about capitalism.
Fair.
That is like literally how the world already works.
Yeah.
If you are deploying large capital assets and you happen to have capital, in fact, your capital makes more money on itself. And the faster the economy is growing, the more money you make from having capital. That is how the world has worked for quite a while now. It's just happening at a faster rate. The other question that I think is, or the thing you're pointing at is, like, does this accrue to the underlying vendors where that capital is being spent? And the answer is totally. There's like $1 trillion or trillions and trillions of dollars that is flowing through here. And if you are a company today, a really reasonable strategy is simply to sit in that $1 trillion flow and like capture some of it.
Yeah.
But that $1 trillion flow is not purely on the CPU or it's not purely on the GPU. It's on anything the models touch. So like the CPUs are sold out, like, or selling out basically, because you're using a tremendous amount of CPUs for things like sandboxes. But that's going to be the case for like everything. Anything that these models can have access to via tools, anything in the real world they can access to, I think the moment the models touch it, it's selling out. I think that's just how the world works now.
Yeah, that makes sense. So where exactly does SF Compute Company come into play here? So are you going across all the different layers because where everything touches?
So our impression is that the key problem that most people are going to run into is the risk. If you're thinking that the entire world is about to become a frontier lab, that means you have basically every major company is suddenly thinking, oh shit, I now need to bet the farm on whether or not this AI thing is real, and I have no idea. And I'm looking at people like Stability AI, hell, I'm looking at XAI, and thinking, what would have happened if they could not have sold that cluster to somebody else? Because, you know, if I'm like, you know, generic Fortune 500, I'm not a supercomputing company. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to go and like set up a big giant supercomputer somewhere, and then have access to it and control it and run it while like in order for me to not take on the balance sheet risk? And so right now, our impression is that the current GPU clouds are not set up to handle this problem because they make more money by not solving it. If you allow your customers to sublease from one to the other, you will make less money as a cloud. It is objectively worse for you. And so you can kind of solve it by like selling spot or something, but you can't do the thing where you allow one customer to walk in the door, buy a 5-year contract from you, and then walk out the door and sell the 5-year contract to somebody else.
Yeah.
Because if you simply had one customer buy a 5-year contract from you and then say no when they wanted to sublease, you can sell another 5-year contract to somebody else and you make double the money. And that's great for every cloud, and all the power to them. And nonetheless, we were this tiny 2-person AI lab that got fucking stuck and we were going to go bankrupt.
Yeah.
And so we didn't have any fucking option. And so now what we do is we try to help other people have options. That if you buy a big ass cluster, you don't have to take the risk on that cluster. So you don't go fucking bankrupt.
Yeah. So why did XAI sell so much compute capacity to Anthropic?
Because they took a big, fat, risky bet, and to some extent, their big, fat, risky bet was right. That they were just going to max compute purely directionally bet. I don't think they had like a full plan other than like compute going to be important, and that was totally right. And they were, because they built the cluster and they did not lease it from somebody, they had full control over it, they were able to sell it to Anthropic when the time was right. If they were not able to do that, like they had leased the cluster from somebody else that did not allow them to sublease, they would just go bankrupt. And they would end up in the same way as Stability AI or somebody else, like any of these folks. They would end up like a WeWork, but they did not, because they were able to have the ability to sublease, which is why lots of people are basically becoming neoclouds, because they think that there is no other solution to this. We think that there is, in fact, a solution to this, which is called San Francisco Compute.
So yeah, as you mentioned and alluded to, most people are just becoming neoclouds. I guess in the same way, this is your story. This is you are the frontier lab, or you are the smaller lab company, model company, and then now are becoming a neocloud, and now you're subleasing the compute to other companies as well. What sets you guys apart from someone else who's just doing the same game?
Like what sets us apart from other GPU clouds?
Yeah.
Liquidity. It's the ability to sublease your cluster and actually sublease it into the future, not just sublease it right now. We operate at pretty big scale, and we're able to sell that cluster at pretty big scale. This is, I think, the best thing from us. And then also, we operate the clusters. We build the data center, we'll build the GPU cluster, we'll do the whole thing. We really need to update our website.
Yeah, that is an update, because or like earlier one was more of this marketplace order book style thing. Is that correct?
So we run, in order to allow you to sublease, we run an order book, but we operate the cluster, and then we will let you buy capacity from us that you can then sell to another one of our customers. But this is like when people have talked about compute markets, they think about like, oh, I'm going to go to like CoreWeave, and I'm going to go to Lambda, and I'm going to go whatever. And they think that a compute market is like a bunch of these people selling from each other. That does not work in practice. You actually have to operate a supercomputer. This is not soybeans. You have to physically deliver the thing. Like, people do not want you to be like some random broker. We were a broker for exactly one period in time, which was when we had a cluster and we really had to fucking sell it. Otherwise we'd go bankrupt. But now we try to, like, we aren't a broker. Like, we operate the cluster.
Yeah. I guess a lot of the other neoclouds are operating more like brokers then.
Like neoclouds are doing the same thing we're doing. Like, we are a neocloud in that perspective. But there's this middle ground of other people who are also just like, they need capacity, and so they're like, I will take it from wherever and then sell it. Those people, I mean, they're not doing the order book thing, in part because they would probably make less money doing the order book thing. So, like, all power to the people who are making lots of money.
Yeah, fair. All right, since you understand how this compute market works, what do you think most of the mainstream public doesn't understand? Or gets wrong?
I think there are a lot more players who are operating at like large scale than people realize. Our impression is that it is not just OpenAI and Anthropic. I don't think I can necessarily share more than that, but like, there's lots of people here. There's lots of capital that would like to turn into GPUs for very good reason.
Yeah.
Also, like, this should be like really obvious, but Anthropic and OpenAI do not have the majority of the money. There's actually way more money than exists in Anthropic and OpenAI. And if you're going to do something at a really big scale, it's really useful to have just like a crazy pile of cash.
Like being a country?
Yeah.
Operating your country's treasury?
So what are like the obvious trades to be made on this thesis? Like, obviously not financial advice, etc. I'm looking at the camera. It's not financial advice. But like, you know, in 2022, 23, like, if you had bought NVIDIA, you would have done very well. In 2025, summer of 2025, if you had bought memory stocks, you would have done very well. Like, how is this actionable now?
All that the models touch, you should buy. Or again, not financial advice. Sure, yes. Like, if you are, you should basically assume that the models will go and be hooked up to a bunch of things, and the moment they are hooked up, that thing is in shortage. And so this happens with CPUs, and it's like, I think most people have got a pretty good understanding that like that's happening right now. But everything you think you can hook up and model to, if it is a real world thing in that is like a commodity in any capacity, it immediately sells out. And so whoever is the vendor of that commodity, you should probably buy. Also, I think just like in general, it's probably a reasonable time to bet on robotics as a concept.
Yeah.
And like whatever the robotics supply chain is, seems good.
Yeah, just find the different supply chains. Yeah, what are the other hidden supply chains that you can hint at? I know robotics is a pretty obvious one.
I don't know. I'm not really like I'm not like an investor in that sense. Like, I'm not stock trading or something. I got all my stock in like one company, and that's a good company, and I'm gonna continue doing that one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like what you say, Ron. Everything it touches is something that... Do you see it just being weighted? Is there certain places where value accrues more?
Do you know, like, Clayton Christensen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. When any market commoditizes, the value flows to the things that are adjacent to the thing that is commoditizing. So if there are a bunch of people in a market, so for example, like right now, if you're an AI lab and there are only like 2 AI labs, the thing you want as an AI lab is for there to be like 100 GPU clouds, because the 100 GPU clouds will make it so that you can negotiate against all of them, and then your prices go down. And so the value is accruing to you as the AI lab. But if there are like 100 AI labs, then suddenly the value is accruing to the customer of the AI lab, who now gets to pick between 100 different people. And so, but you know, you can kind of continue down this chain, or you can continue down the other side of the chain. And I think the bets to be made is like figure out what's going to commoditize, and then bet on the adjacent things.
Makes sense. Well, we're running low on time, but it's been great having you on, Evan. Thanks so
Yeah.
much for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much for having me.
Conversation. Yeah, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back with MTS.
We'll be right
Cool.
back.
and welcome. Okay, sorry. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Talent Watch, where we track the biggest talent moves in AI and the funding that makes them possible. And joining me today is my co-host, Katie Kirsch. Katie, welcome.
Thank you.
Excited to be here today. And today we'll be discussing the latest moves across Meta, SpaceX AI, Google, DeepMind, NVIDIA, and more, as well as the biggest fundraisers this week. And finally, we'll be joined live by Chris Perry to discuss why he left Google after 13 years and what he'll be doing next. We have a lot to cover today. So Katie, let's jump into it.
Great, excited to be here. So let's get into today's top talent moves, starting with Meta. So according to Axios, prominent AI researcher Luke Metz has joined Meta's Superintelligence Labs.
Yeah, Metz has quite the track record for jumping between multiple rival frontier labs. He left OpenAI back in 2024 to join Mira Murati's Thinking Machines, and then returned back to OpenAI earlier this year.
This is a big win for Meta. I mean, they paid billions to acquire